meeting to order. If everybody'd like to take their seats. We do have some IS department people wandering around. As you've seen, they're helping people get logged in. But it looks like we got everybody logged in. Thank you, Gia, Dia, and Patty. Thanks so much. No, just thank you guys. Yeah, she looks so scared. Anyway, thank you. And welcome to everybody. And we will start the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all rise, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And then our invocation by Supervisor Powers.
Let us pray for all nations and peoples of the earth, and for those in authority among them, for Joseph, the President of the United States, for Anthony, the Governor of Wisconsin, for Ron and Tammy, the Senators of Wisconsin, for the Congress and the Supreme Court, for the members and representatives of the United Nations, for all members of state and county governments, for all who serve the common good, that by the help of the Creator they may seek justice and truth and live in peace and concord. Creator of all things, kindle, we pray, in every heart the true love of peace, and guide with your wisdom those who take counsel for the nations of the earth, that in tranquility your dominion may increase until the earth is filled with the knowledge of your love. Amen.
And next we have a welcome from John Damel, Executive Damel.
Oh, welcome to everybody here. I'd like to congratulate you all for being in these seats and being ready to govern Winnebago County for the next 2 years. The wonderful thing about county government is that we can have many disagreements but still work together for the best of our citizens. You'll have people among you that have different ideological backgrounds, but hopefully you still become really good friends, even if we are Vikings fans, right? Yeah, correct. And that is really what I'm looking forward to, working with you and the county working with you and you working with each other for the next 2 years to figure out how we can all come together and represent our citizens the best. So congratulations to all of you. And I'm looking forward to working with each and every one of you as well as the staff in the county. So congratulations to you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Executive Damel. Okay, the next order of business is for you to be administered your oath of office by Judge Barbara Key. You all should have an oath form on your desk, so I will turn it over to the judge.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to thank you for the honor to be able to administer the oath to you today. And I want to thank and also congratulate everyone here on your election or re-election. And for those who don't know, it's been 24 years and I'm getting sentimental here. And I guess I've worked with quite a few of you at different times. So in any event, it's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. And I know you do good work for the county. And thank you for all of that. With that, could you please stand and raise your right hand? I state your name. Having been elected to the office of County Board Supervisor. State your district. Swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin. And will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of said office to the best of my ability. So help me God. Congratulations. So they'll sign it then? Perfect, thanks. Congratulations again. Have a good night.
Thank you, Judge. The next item on the agenda is the public hearing, but quickly before we do that, I just wanted to remind everybody that we did put some forms on your desk. They were mailed to you, but you've got some on your desk as well. Some of them, the returning supervisors only have to worry about the two for committee selections. letting us know what committees you want to serve on, and then the one for the contact information release. Now, the rest of you have got to take care of all the payroll ones, and I know some of you have already done that, but we have extra forms, and if you have any questions about which forms you might be missing, just stop up and we'll make sure we get everything in order for you. And then also, yes, Julie?
Madam Chairman, I did not receive those forms on my desk.
We'll make sure that we get them to you then, Julie. Okay, there's some right up here, so we'll get you a set. Okay. And then also, I imagine Dia or Gia has explained that they did have some information on the desk about the use of your iPad, so you've got those on there as well. And with that, we will go to the public hearing portion. Is there anyone from the public that would like to address the board? Come to the podium and state your name.
I am, when I address the board, I'd like you guys all to turn around and look at me, because that's what you guys are here for. I like to see that you guys.
Can we get your name and address, please?
4608 County Road E, Oshkosh, Wisconsin. I just want to welcome all you guys at one-year elections and let you know that you guys are going to have a big fight on your hands here. With our county board, we have a new county executive. He is not very experienced, and I would recommend you guys to talk amongst each other, because maybe you're not in my district, which Andy Buck is, but you could be part of my township. So not only are you guys representing the county board, you guys need to keep in contact with the townships. Okay, there's a lot of people on here that were elected to town boards and stuff like that, and they are also supervisors. Also remember that you guys are not up here, okay? You guys are a part of a group of people all the way down to the custodians. You all work together. Without any of your Winnebago County employees, you guys don't have jobs. And I would encourage you that when you see a county employee, when you go into a committee meeting or something like that, go up and talk to them. Because being a former Winnebago County employee, I was scared of the county board members, you know, that they're gonna say something or go to my director of my department. So you guys need to focus on not only what you're doing here, but on the county level as well as employees, because you know, Winnebago County cannot get employees. You know, with the last 20 years, when I first started with Winnebago County, it was hard to get a job here. Anybody can come here, get a job now. They're just happy to fill a seat. You know, you're going to be dealing with a county executive that used to own his own business, so he wants to run the county like a business. You guys were elected. County is not a business. If the county breaks even, you guys should be happy with that, because you guys ain't out there to make money. The county ain't supposed to make money. We are providing a service. We have no end product. So I'm hoping that you guys all understand that being at this meeting is really not where it's at. To really get involved in the county board, you guys need to be at the committee meetings that go on in the mornings. I was at the committee meeting at the highway shop this morning. I had 3 committee people, or 3 supervisors show up. The other 2 weren't even there, you know. So whoever took over Joel Rasmussen's position in District 31, you should have been at that meeting, because you need to fill that chair. Because if the 3 wouldn't have showed up, there wouldn't have been a meeting, and I wouldn't have been able to say my piece at the board meeting. So I need you guys to understand that you're going to be dealing with people that have been on the board for 20 years. You guys are new. You guys need to not burn bridges right off the bat. You need to sit down and discuss with the new people. and with the old people. You guys all need to get on the same page to make the county run. The county has run the same way since forever, you know, and change is good. I really do believe change is good with the county, but you all got to convince each other on the change. Don't try to take the big chunks at a time, because where we're at now took 40 years, okay, to get back where we were, where we had generations of county employees. You had a father, you had a son, you had a cousin, all worked for the county. That is no more. They are just filling holes with bodies, you know, and ain't nothing they can do. And you got a director that deals with all the county issues. He always wants to pass, like the health care. They got a better, and they may have got a better health care the employees did this year. But to get that health care, he passed that on to the employees. That ain't right. You know, when I started with the county paid for my health insurance, which is good. But what the balance was is that the rate in the public sector was up here, the county rate was down here, but it evened out because of the benefits. To get people to come and work for Winnebago County, you guys need to listen to not only the community, you need to listen to what the employees need and want. So with that said, I wish you all best of luck, and I hope to see you guys at committee meetings, because I will be at a few. So congratulations on winning your elections, and let's change the county for the good for a change. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. So just one point, though, these supervisors weren't sworn in until just now, so they couldn't have been at those committee meetings as members. So just kind of an explanation of why they may not have been there. And just because Joel's supervisor was elected doesn't mean he'll be on that committee. So just a little clarification. Exactly. No, that's why I thought I'd explain it. So thanks. Okay, so the next thing on the agenda is for the election of, or I'm sorry, is there anybody else that would like to speak? I apologize. Anybody else from the public? Nobody else? Okay, all right, thank you. Now we will go to the election of the county board chairman. On your desk, you have a little envelope with some ballots in it, and you'll find a set for the ballots for the chairman. The first one is kind of a buff color. We don't know how many times this is going to happen, so that's why you have multiple ballots. So we're going to start with that one. But to begin the process, I need to have motion from the floor, someone, nominations for chairman. Supervisor Gabbert?
Can I just speak out loud?
Yep, you got your microphone right there.
And I'd like
You
to,
got your microphone right there.
sorry. I would like to nominate Supervisor Tom Egan for County Board Chair. Can I give a little spiel? Okay. Supervisor Egan has been a leader in many facets. Town of Rushford Chairman, Amarillo School Board President, Winnebago County Fair Board Chair, County Board Committee Chair on Planning and Zoning Legislator. He has got the experience having been our Vice Chairman. I believe Supervisor Egan would be an excellent County Board Chairman due to all his leadership skills and his community activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gabbert. Is there any other motion or nomination for chair? No other nominations? All right. Nominations are closed. Yes.
Name of Thomas Egan for chairman at this time.
Do we have a
I still
second?
do so. Mike Norton.
We have a second? Certainly. We can do this by voice vote, I'm assuming? All right. Pardon? Oh, any further discussion? Thank you. I'm new to this. All right. Seeing no other further discussion, all of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. All right, that's passed. Congratulations. I relinquish the chair. Yes. So Gia, do we need this for now? We might have to take a break for just a minute for technical. Come on up.
Well, I thank you very much. Hopefully I can do you all justice on this part. I've had some experience, but some of you have had experience, and we've got a lot of new ones here, but sometimes change is good. So I look forward to working with all of you. The young ones or new ones taking some advice, and the older ones maybe listening. Maybe we can learn some things too. So I haven't been in this chair very much, and this is a whole new program for us, so we're all going to be learning together from this end, I can tell you that. So you might have to bear with me quite a bit also. So other than that, we're ready for the next one. I didn't do this. Okay, next thing on the agenda is election of vice chairman. Better get my glasses out. Do I hear a motion for vice chairman? Motion has been made and seconded for Dave Albrecht. Motion has been made. Do I hear a second for Mike Norton?
Second is not necessary.
Okay, motion's been made for Mike Norton. Motion's been made for Brian Stafford. And second has been made. Mr. Eisen, Supervisor Eisen. Motion for Chuck Farry. Is there any other nominations? Is there any other nominations? Is there any other nominations? We had some new members that I was talking to before, and they wanted to know if the people could at least stand, and if they wanted to say a little bit about themselves. I know that they haven't done this in the past, but we've never had this many new members before. So if each one kind of wants to go ahead and stand and say a little bit about themselves, I would have no problem with it. So if any of you would like to do that, you're more than welcome to. Supervisor Albrecht.
My name is David Albrecht. I've served on the board for 36 years. This last election was my first contested election in 36 years. I served in the leadership role for 32 years of that, and I would like your support. Thank you.
You might want to say again, David, I didn't have your microphone on. I'm not used to that.
Well, you got to remember, I'm getting older. Well, my name is David Albrecht. I ran for the election. This was the first time in 36 years that I ran a contested election. The first time I ran for office, I went around door to door, and everybody would go, "Oh, you're Susan's husband, huh?" So that's how I got in the very first time on the board. And I would appreciate your vote for Vice President or Vice Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Stafford.
Hello, Brian Stafford, Supervisor Stafford, and I'm also running for Vice Chair. I am relatively new. In fact, I am the newest of all of the people that are being considered for Vice Chair. I was appointed last year. So why? Well, the short answer is that I believe that I have the skills to help bridge the gap from the new people and the people that have been here longer serving. I hope to be a voice for everyone. I hope to bring people together and really collaborate with people. That's what I've done. That's my history. So I hope that I get your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Norton.
Thank you. I'm Mike Norton. I'm from District 20 in the city of Oshkosh. I've been elected here since the year 2000. I'm presently the Vice Chairman of the Human Services Board and the ADRC Board and the Health Board. I decided to run. I didn't plan on running this for a couple months ago because I was still running for re-election. I decided to run first. I think we need someone who knows how to relate to the new members, but also can relate to what's been going on. And I can be that bridge because my role in the county board and in one of my communities, I've not just considered myself and my own district. I've looked to how what we do affects those outside my district, the whole county. That's why I appreciate your support and vote for Vice Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Chuck Corey. I represent District 30, which is the town of Vinland, part of Clayton and town of Neenah, and a little bit of Winnebago. I've been on this board for 20 years. I'm chairman of the Land Conservation Committee for the county. This last April, I retired from the town board. With 24 years, I was chairman of the town board. So I have always thought to bridge the closeness and working cooperation between town government and county government, and certainly with the help of all the cities, et cetera, to work together to solve the county problem. So I believe I certainly understand the process for county board and would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that's your 4 candidates. So now you'll take this ballot, this color, and write one of their names on it. Just one name. And if you want to pass them or fold them and then pass them to the side, they can go ahead and collect them. Can you count? you.
But they want the committee on committee one before we leave right today. I gotta find the sheets here. iPad, PDF.
That'd be mine to Sue.
What's next?
Unless it's in next month's. Yeah, the form, I'm referring to a form you gotta turn in. He'll appoint committee on committees. Pardon me?
That's, those are my
That's his appointments,
committees, or committees and boards and commissions.
are his appointments, yeah. Well, it's a lot to, ingest right away, so. I gotta get that signed, so for that.
Gustafson, are you a Finn? Absolutely. I'm definitely a Finn. Finn and Swede. Remember Steve Gustafson, that star basketball player for UW River Falls? He was good. That's a good name. I usually it's always.
Okay, we'll be going another round. If I can have your attention, please.
That's the one that always ties.
This first, second, third. Okay. The next go around will be Supervisor Stafford and Supervisor Fari. And Supervisor Albrecht, I'm sorry. They got 3. The second go around will be the orange color. Supervisor Albrecht, Supervisor Fari, and Supervisor Stafford. One of them 3.
Keep narrowing it down, you know.
Yep, we're shaving it round by
Yep,
round.
yep.
Take a picture of the chair.
No. I can't dare. Let me push my glasses at least.
There you go, thank you.
Thank you very much.
No. No, thank you though. The third ballot and final ballot will be Supervisor Fari and Supervisor Stafford. Vote for one of them two. That'll be your new vice chair. What?
I know, right? That you just said, where is that box? Huh. That has been a whole channel to itself. Yeah. You know, it's always creative ways. It's in your seat. It's in here. It's already here.
Thank you. I don't think we'll have the fourth ballot. I don't get anything.
In order still.
Yeah, there. Thank you very much. There we go. They got a tie.
Do you want to have another vote? You can either have another vote. It's a tie vote. For those of you that didn't hear, it's a tie vote. And I did vote, so I can't vote again. So, or you can talk a little bit, or whatever you would like to do.
Shake dice. Shake dice.
Shake dice. I
Just
think
flip
that's
a
a
coin,
Viking
Mr.
no
Chairman.
there. Would you? It's up to them, or if they want to give another little speech or whatever they want.
Maybe one more time.
Okay.
And then we can leave that chance.
Yes.
Yes.
Or talk a little bit more about yourselves right now.
Supervisor Harrison. Where is it?
Ourselves are new. We might not be bad if you were to tell what the vice chairman does. So we know a little bit more about that, and the people at home might know. And second, the other comment I have is that because there are so many new people here that have been elected, which is kind of important because the people, the constituents, someone made the decision to do that, and I think that's important not to forget that. And when we're voting here, we do have experience with you, and I'm not saying that against anything about the other ones that have a lot of experience, but there might be a better bridge by having someone that's been a year and a half rather than 20 or 30 years to kind of bring us together. I think that's important to not forget that point. And I think the people at home, again, we're talking about this, and all of us ran on the idea that we wanted to be, bring out more stuff. There'd be more visibility, more what's going on. And to be honest with you, other than reading what I saw that it said for vice chairman, it's kind of important to know kind of what that is, because that's an important job just like yours. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you. I'll come back to vice chairman. I was vice chairman for 4 years, and doing that, the biggest thing that you do is you fill in for the chairman when that person is not there. But besides that, you're on, you can get involved in a lot of committees. Now, the chairman is also head of all committees, and he goes, not head of them, but he can be involved in all committees. And say, like, if they need a quorum, and you're missing one of them, and you need the whole quorum, then the chairman would have to go. If the chairman can't make it, then the vice chairman can go. So you can be called on for doing that. So, but the biggest thing is your responsibility is filling in for the vice chair, for the chairman. So make sure, and I won't say that's big or not big, but to me it was really big. I know when Shiloh wasn't around and I filled in, he left me in some pretty big footsteps at that time. And you never know what's going to happen to the chairman. I mean, you never know. And if something happens to myself now, who's ever going to be sitting in that chair beside me is going to be stepping into this chair. So, Supervisor Dowling, let me find your name here first. Okay?
Thank you very much. I would request to hear again from our candidates up for the position.
Okay. We'll come back to, we'll go let the candidates speak. Supervisor Gordon. Okay. Hold it. Supervisor Bender.
I would just like to say that, over the election, we lost about 180 years worth of experience. And those two jobs up there have to know all the rules and regulations. And it's important when Supervisor Egan's not there, the next vice chair's got to fill in for the meetings, and he's got to know the rules, the regulations, and how to run the meeting. Chuck Farry was a town chairman for many years, and I don't know if you were running a business, if you would take the candidate that's got the most experience, or if you would take somebody that basically is just coming into the field. But I would go with the experience. I mean, somebody that knows how the county board operates and how the rules work. And I think Supervisor Stafford is a great person and a great supervisor, but with a year and a half experience, I don't know if that's the type of leadership that we need right now with the amount of years that we lost on the county board. I mean, we had supervisors that knew a lot of the history of this county board, and I think it's essential to have good leadership up front, because that's basically, they basically run the meetings and help us to make the decisions that we need to make. So I go with the experience. If it was a corporate business and I was hiring somebody, I would take the person that I think has the most knowledge to do the job.
Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question for Corporation Counsel and to you, do we have to absolutely elect a vice chairman tonight? Could we not, we have two supervisors who are not here tonight, Supervisors Nichols and Supervisor Youngquist. Could we put this off until next week? I mean, I'm willing to go with one more vote, but if it's still a tie, I would move that we move until next week. Because I think something should be decided by a vote. Otherwise, unless we're here 3, 4, 5, 6 more times, that's what I would say. Vote one more time, but after that, if we can put it off to next week, where hopefully all 36 can be there, that's when I would do it.
My only feelings is, what happens if I can't be here next time? So then there's not going to be the vice chairman can't step in then, so who's going to step in? Our clerk, again, which does a super job, don't take me wrong. Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to say we have one more ballot anyway. It doesn't take that long. Maybe it'll turn out to be a tie again. Maybe it won't. But we got one more ballot anyway. Can we try again?
Yes. I'm going to let Supervisor Harrison ask that each one, if they wanted to speak again a little bit about themselves, that they go ahead. And so I'm going to grant that, being that this is a tie vote, and we did have 4 candidates to start off with. So Supervisor Stafford.
I'm relatively new. And I was just going to go over the email that you all got, but in thinking about it, I think I want to just make an observation. And I was concerned that coming into this, that we would have...
Excuse me, Supervisor Stafford, if you want to use your mic, they can't hear you.
I will.
Thank you.
I just don't like it, and I can't see people. I'll just look at you.
Okay.
Coming into this, I was concerned, and I think I mentioned this to a few, that we're going to have this void. We have all these new people in, and we have all these longer-term existing people. And I just ask, no matter how this vote ends, I implore you to do one thing, and that is, if you're a long-standing supervisor, that you don't dig in, that you step back and you think about what the new people are saying. You consider it and you act accordingly. To the new people, I hope that you will step back and listen to the knowledge and the expertise that all of these supervisors have. Supervisor Binder is absolutely correct. We have some great people that have been on this board for, honestly, longer than some of these people that are living. I mean, quite a while. And I hope that we can come together and truly move forward for the benefit of this county. Because that's why we're all here, right? I mean, we're not here because of the riches and the glory that comes with being a supervisor. And honestly, that's why I took on the mantle of trying to, the vice chair, because I believe that I can help with that gap. We definitely have to lean on each other no matter what. No matter what, we have to lean on each other for the betterment of the county. So I do believe that I have the skills to do so, to do that. And if it doesn't go that way, then I will still be here, though. I will still be here, and I will still help every single person I can, because that's why I'm here. I'm here for my son and for my neighbor's sons and our neighbor's neighbors. That's why I'm here. So I think you all kind of know our backgrounds. That's been clear. We've communicated that. So I hope, if nothing else, you take away from my time that we have to find ways to work with each other. And I think we can if we just kind of step back and listen to each other. So that's what I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Supervisor Stafford has illustrated the direction that members of the board will be taking as we go forward. I really can't add much to my background. I believe I've already explained that. I think the process you're going to enter into is, the first step is committee assignment. And as you get assigned to committees, you will learn the process, you'll learn how everything works, and then of course, then you'll be voting on issues that come before the county board. Some of those issues are going to be very concerning, troubling, especially with a lot of money, when we spend money on a lot of projects. So all I can say, and I really, it's a one-on-one issue if you choose to do that, but you're going to learn the process of the board primarily through the structure of the county board. And if any one of us can help you with that, certainly the chairman of your committees will be giving you a lot of direction, which is a very important thing. So be sure to sign up for the committees that you want. Hopefully you'll be assigned to them. And then after several months, you'll begin to understand the process, parliamentary procedure, Robert's rules, and all that as we go forward. So I guess that's about all I can say. And is there questions of me I could answer? I certainly would be willing to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, this is your final ballot right here, your pink one. So you vote for one of them two. Brian or Chuck? It's the easiest.
What do we got here? 36, right? 34. Who's missing? So she got 17 apiece. Very unusual. Yeah.
No more ties.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You don't really want to prolong it.
No. That's why I was like, yeah, we need to next week, whoever it is.
Get it done.
Yeah, absolutely, we need someone.
This is all new to me, so I gotta learn how to use that thing.
The iPad?
Yeah, we had clickers, yeah, like small TV remotes.
Be a learning experience for us all, for sure.
Yeah, this hair stuff to me, we don't have internet service. I live out in the country. Gotcha. We use cell phones.
Yeah.
It's good.
Nowadays, you can pretty much everything on your cell phone.
And for the next 2 years, our new vice chairman is Chuck Fari.
It's gonna take me a minute to get up there, so bear with me.
It was very close, so if some of you are wondering, I was just told it was 1816. So when they say your vote don't matter, it does.
It'll take me a bit to get up there, so go right ahead if you want to. I got a bunch of stuff to move here.
Next thing is the appointment of the Committee on Committees. Now, I don't know how many of you really know how that goes, is there's 5 members that exist that make the Committee on Committees. And it's the chairman goes ahead and picks them out. And he or she, which this time it's he, goes ahead and picks 4 other people. And he tries to get a good balance, on who they think will have the time to do it. That's the big thing, because usually they'll meet like in the morning right away. And then they'll go ahead, and from there, you all filled out them sheets. They go ahead and work through all them sheets and try to match you all up with your different committees. It ain't just saying, Mary Beth wants to have this, so I'm just going to put her on. We have to go ahead. And this year it's going to be, I don't want to say bad, but it's going to be a real challenge, because we'll want to put all of you on committees, and we'll do the best that we can to get all of those of you that are on them committees to go ahead and be on the ones that you want, but you might not be able to be, it might not be the first or second choice, but hopefully we'll at least get you on the third, and we'll try and get you on at least, well, I know for sure you'll all get on one if at all possible. And if you can't get on that, there's committees too, which the county executive appoints, and they're just as important. I hate to say it, but they get paid the same, so don't worry about that. But they're just as important. You can go to NACO. I see Larry Lautenschlager. He used to be a supervisor back there. He was to a lot of different meetings, Supervisor Powers. There was a lot of them that's been to different ones that has been on these other ones besides just being on them, what the Committee on Committees appoints. So county executive will be appointing his too. So at this time, the ones that I would like to ask to go ahead and serve on this would be Vice Chairman. If you would please serve on this, I would like to have you serve. Mike Norton, Mary Beth Gabbert, and if Mr. Stafford would go ahead, please. So that'll be, I feel as though that's a broad section. We don't have any new ones. Some of you are going to say, why didn't you put on a brand new one? Well, we've got to remember, we've got to work with both of them, and hopefully one of the reasons I went with Mr. Stafford is because he's communicating this here where he wants to bridge and all. So I figure this will be a good way. He'll be right there, and he knows a lot of you. I know a lot of you. These other ones know a lot of you. So hopefully this will be a good way. Now that is an open meeting. You can all come to it. So it will be published as an open meeting. It'll be on Friday morning at 9, is it? I believe it'll be at 9 or 10, and it'll be in the 120 over at the administrative building, or the cab they call it, the administrative building. So it's an open meeting, but no one can speak at it other than the committee members. So if you'd like to come, see what you think of it, because it is kind of an interesting committee. Any questions on it? Yes, sir.
Point of order, do we need a motion to destroy the ballot?
It would be good.
So moved.
Motion made and seconded to destroy the ballots. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. All right. Next is the explanation of the county boardroom voting system. That is done by me, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to pass it on down because with these new computers, most of you, I believe, has got them already, but when we go down farther, oh, they're here. Patty's back there. She can go ahead and explain it right now. Let's see, elector, towards the back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, my name is Patty Francoeur, Director of the IT Department. And I know you have a lot of info coming at you, so we're going to keep it really simple tonight. The main goal was to get you set up with your unique PIN. Everyone started with a default, so obviously we want, for security purposes, everyone has their unique PIN set up. And we got you into the application. This is a new version for everyone, essentially. It's our first night using it. Brand new for the chairman, brand new for Sue, but very familiar. It should look familiar to the returning people. And again, it'll be very user-friendly for the new people. Once discussion has begun, you will get the request to speak button. I know a lot of you were looking for that already. So you have to start with a resolution and get something on the table, so to speak, to. Well, there'll be an agenda item coming up that once it's open, you will see the option for request to speak. And you'll see your light up on the projector screen. You'll see who has requested to speak and in what order, and it'll be addressed by the chair. And then as the resolutions come up, you will see the resolution on your individual as well as up on the screen. So you will see them on your devices. And when it gets to the point to vote, it'll automatically come up and you will see your choices to vote yes, no, or abstain. Once you vote and it moves on to the next resolution or agenda item, your screen will automatically change. You don't have to do anything. Again, if you don't touch it from now on, aside from request to speak and voting, that's all you got to do tonight. There's a lot more to.
I just put it in discussion mode so they might see that request to speak now.
Okay, yep, I see the buttons there. That's what that looks like, and when you touch it, you'll see it up on the big screen as well. Going forward after tonight, so again, you're in, you'll move through automatically with the options to vote. Keep it simple. But going forward, there's a lot more you can do with it. There's another application called PDF Expert, which we are not getting into, but what that will allow you to do is if you have everything electronic versus paper, you will be able to make notes, highlight, put in your own questions so that as you go through it electronically, you would have that in front of you. Definitely will take some practice and getting comfortable with that, but that is an option that is installed already on your device. And we can get into that with future training if we go forward with that. You can attach your email. You'll be able to check your email on there. You can do your per diems, paperless. If you have receipts, you can take photos with your device and turn your receipts in that way. So there's a lot to do. So training-wise, we're going to have to, again, you guys are brand new and we just got these to you tonight. We need to learn the need. Some of you are probably comfortable with an iPad and some not. So we'll probably do a survey to try to determine the need and then when you would be available, and then we can try to do a class. Now, again, this is the largest volume change I've ever experienced as well. So normally a handful of supervisors, we could do one-on-one and get you comfortable, but we might, if we have a bigger group, put you in a classroom that we have. We have a classroom for 12, and we could do a bigger group together. So that will be coming where we can get you to a whole different level, comfort level. Tonight, if there's questions, there's 3 of us here. Again, if you get stuck on anything or lose the sight of your app, we can help you get back on track. You just raise your hand and we can help you. But otherwise, that's kind of a simple nutshell. If you have any questions right away, you can try, or any questions about what I said? No, I don't think so. There are instructions that are also loaded on your device to explain a bunch of things. You have a few things that were printed out via paper in your packet, but there are instructions on there, and you probably can, I don't know if there's a general tutorial with the overview tab. We can look at that and see if we can search one out. Just forward it. Okay, perfect, thank you.
Any other questions? Otherwise, like she said, there's 3 of them around here that can answer. Thank you. Next is the explanation of functions of the Corporate Counsel Office in the Winnebago County Board and Supervisors Ethic Handbook. Corporate Counsel Mary Ann Miller.
Thank you and congratulations again to all. My name is Mary Ann Miller and I'm Corporation Counsel for Winnebago County. My office has 2 other attorneys along with 3 paralegals and 1 administrative assistant. Autumn Brueggemann is one of the paralegals in my office and she's going to be helping me tonight. So what does Corporation Counsel Office do? We essentially provide legal counsel and representation to all Winnebago County departments, committees, commissions, boards, the Board of Supervisors, and the county executive. Specifically, what we do is we serve as legal counsel to all of these various employees and boards and commissions. We prosecute child neglect and abuse matters under Chapter 48. We handle all appellate work. I argued a case in front of the Supreme Court a couple of years ago. We handle all license revocation hearings, as well as denial proceedings. We also handle terminations of parental rights. We represent the Department of Human Services when it petitions to terminate parental rights. We represent Winnebago County in guardianship matters, protective placements, spendthrift matters, emergency protective placements. We also represent the county in mental health commitments and in all appellate work that follows from that. We represent the county in identifying appropriate residential placement options for 980 offenders. I think you're all going to hear about that as we go on. The state had basically told the counties a few years ago, probably right before I became Corp Counsel, that it was going to be the county's obligation to find housing for serious sex offenders. And if the counties did not find housing within a timely fashion, and they determined timely to be 120 days, then the county could face penalties of up to $1,100 a day. So it's obviously a significant problem we have been wrestling with. We represent the county in in-rem tax foreclosure proceedings, in orders to show cause, in zoning violations, and in civil forfeitures. Now, just to sort of give some of the newcomers an idea in terms of, since the Corp Council has to provide counsel to the board, the source of procedural rules is Wisconsin statutes, and that is open meetings law and Chapter 59, local ordinances and rules, and you'll often hear Robert's rules. So those are the source of procedural rules. Why do we need this? Well, because it provides order. It provides a firm basis for resolving questions of procedure. So some of the newcomers may want to know, well, how do I get business before a board? Well, you have to obtain the floor. And how do you obtain the floor? As you saw Supervisor Ellenberger, you can raise your hand or you can push a button, and you are recognized by the presiding officer. Then you would make a motion. I move that. And you clearly describe your proposal. The motion is seconded. Someone would second the motion. Then the chair restates the question, and then the supervisors debate. It's put to a vote. The members vote, and then you get the result. So again, that's just something for some of the newcomers to know, well, how do you gain the floor? Again, there should not be talking between supervisors. You always have to address questions to the chair, and then you can go from there. Now, in regard to ethics, you will see in your materials that I provided an ethics handbook that you can refer to, which basically talks about the statutes, ordinances that form the basis for the critical pieces of ethics. And there are various examples in that material. You will also find the statutory references and the code references. But let me just quickly go through my quick PowerPoint presentation. And again, I don't want to inundate you with all of this information, but on to the first. As you can see, the sources, and you know what, I'm going to move this. I don't want to give anyone. Let me just move this over here. These are the sources that provide the basics for ethics that you folks are going to be dealing with next. So what are your duty expectations? Basically, you have to carry out your roles with integrity, with diligence, and with collegiality. Next. Thou shalt not. These are the restrictions. Profit from holding public office. Participate in decisions in which you or your family have a personal financial interest. Next item. Again, you should not use your position for the benefit of family, friends, organizations with which you are affiliated. And again, the statute references where that is. Okay, next. So what is benefit? According to Wisconsin statute, anything of substantial value. Next. Who is family? A spouse, a relative by marriage, a lineal descendant, children, adopted children, or adult children who receive more than 50% of their support from you. What's an organization? A group of individuals who have equity in something. An individual is associated with an organization if that individual or a member of his or her family is a director, an officer, a trustee, or owns or controls, directly or indirectly, 10% of outstanding equity. And then how can you be associated? Well, if you're a director, an officer, a trustee, or again, if you own or control directly or indirectly, 10% of outstanding equity. So let's give an example. So Freddie Fishman is president of Four Lakes Family Fishing for Fun and Fascination Foundation. And that foundation receives $25,000 annually from Winnebago County. Supervisor Freddie cannot vote on anything regarding the foundation or talk to other supervisors regarding county support for the foundation, because again, the foundation is receiving a substantial amount of money from the board on which he sits as a supervisor. Okay, next. Again, you shall not be influenced. Do not accept anything of value if it could reasonably be expected to influence your vote, your actions, or your judgments. There should be no rewards for action or inaction. Thou shalt not give or offer or promise to give, or offer or promise to withhold votes, withhold or offer or promise to withhold votes, give or withhold influence. Again, that's derived from 1959 1BR. So I know I'm saying a lot of things, but in summary, let me go on to the next. You should not act officially in a manner in which you are privately interested. Use your government position for private financial benefit. Accept transportation, lodging, food, beverages of anything more than a token value. Now, you will see in the county code, substantial value is deemed to be anything of $25 or more. So you can certainly get a pen, or have a soda, but again, you have to be very cognizant of this. You should not solicit or accept anything likely to influence you, offer or provide influence in exchange for contributions, and have a financial interest in a government contract of more than $15,000 in which you have discretionary power. Okay. Don't vote when there's a conflict of interest. Abstain. Okay. So, what happens if you violate the ethics code? According to statute, you could be fined of up to $1,000 for each violation, or an amount equal to the amount or value of any political contribution. There are also criminal penalties. If you violate sections 1959 1A, 1B, 1C, you can have a fine of up to $5,000, a year in jail, or both. If you violate 1959 1BR, you can face up to penalties of up to $10,000 or 3.5 years of state imprisonment. 1959 1BR is a promise to give or withhold a vote or influence upon condition that another person make or refrain from making a political contribution, just so you know that. On to open meetings law, which is critical. The public has a right to be informed about governmental affairs. That is what open meetings is all about. Nothing should be done behind closed doors, because there is a presumption that governmental body meetings should be open. Now, there are some exceptions. You can go into closed session if you're talking about employee discipline, conferring with legal counsel, collect or competitive bargaining. But again, it has to be voted on. You're in closed session, and then you have to vote to come out of closed session. And then during the open session, there's typically a vote as to what may have been decided if we're looking at litigation or something of that nature. What is a meeting? It's a convening of members of a governmental body for the purpose of exercising the responsibilities vested in the body. This is in the Showers case. The Wisconsin Supreme Court said that, again, a meeting applies whenever a convening of members of a governmental body satisfies two requirements. There's a purpose to engage in governmental business, and there's a sufficient number of members present to determine a course of action. So what do I say? You've got to be careful, because it's really easy to violate. It doesn't have to be in person. You could use a telephone, you could use mail, you could use email, you could use Zoom. Any means can apply. So if anyone was sending an email and would click all county board supervisors, that is verboten. You should not do that because you are treading into really, really unlawful territory. If we continue on, penalties for violations of the open meetings law. Fines from $25 to over $500. This is based on an Attorney General opinion. But what you all need to know is the fines for these violations of open meetings laws must be paid by the member, and they cannot be reimbursed by the county. And that is what that opinion states. On to the next. Walking quorums are another important piece of information you all should try to tuck away in your mind. It's basically, again, pursuant to the Supreme Court, a series of gatherings among separate groups of members, each less than quorum size, who agree tacitly or explicitly to act and vote in a certain manner in numbers sufficient to reach a quorum, okay? So let's do an example. Supervisor Fishman, who is deeply concerned about algae in Lake Winnebago and the concomitant degradation of fish stocks, wants a proposal banning all nutrient runoff to be passed. At 3 different lunches, attended by 7 supervisors each, he talks up the proposal. A majority is 18 members. Fishman attempted to influence 21. We've got a violation, okay? Next. Simple majority rule, greater than 50% of members, you need to pass a resolution. Open meeting law applies whenever a simple majority exists. Next. Negative quorum. A negative quorum is when less than a majority of the body can determine the outcome of an issue. Use caution when gathering with other members. There could be less than half of the county board together, but a quorum or a negative quorum can exist. So you have got to be very, very careful about that. Let's have an example. Again, Supervisor Fishman. He's chair of the Conservation Committee, and he wants the Algeal All Acres Amelioration Act to be forwarded to the county board. So he knows that Supervisor Penelope Pushover is already in favor. But he needs one more committee member on board. So who does he go to? Henri Hesitante to lunch, and he talks up the act. There are 5 committee members on this committee. Fishman needed 2 in himself. Pushover was already on board. Fishman is in violation just by influencing Hesitante, just 1 member. So again, negative quorums are something you all have to be very, very conscious of. And obviously, you can always call my office and we can talk about it in greater detail. And I understand there's a lot coming at you, but I wanted to at least try to give you an idea as to what you should be aware of, because knowledge is power. Okay, next. Public records. The public must have the greatest possible information regarding the affairs of government. This is sort of like open meetings, except it's public records, okay? So there is a presumption of complete public access, consistent with the conduct of government business. What is a record? It doesn't have to be a document. It could be a map, it could be a photograph, records, tapes, emails, other correspondence sent to or from an elected official. And public records may be withheld only when the public interest in non-disclosure outweighs the public interest in disclosure. But I would suggest that you should err on the side of transparency and just realize that. That is another reason why I think it's very important with all of these devices when you're dealing with emails, you use your county email account because it's just cleaner that way. Okay, next. So, when there's something strange in your conversation, who are you going to call? Mary Ann. Okay. That's from Ghostbusters for those young people who might not know about that. So if you have any questions, you should feel free to ask, either now or in the future. Yes.
Go ahead.
Am I speaking?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for you. I noticed in today's handouts, we have resolutions, and in part of those resolutions, it shows committee vote, and in one of them, even the Grumman Boat Landing, there's actually 2 committees that actually have voted on that ahead of it coming to us. So,
This is for next.
oh, pardon me. I didn't get the agenda yet, I guess. So we won't be voting on this stuff tonight?
No.
Okay.
There are proposed rules, but I know there's a lot of meetings. Typically, we have one meeting, for Tuesday, but no, none of that is going.
That's fine, as long as you're going to address it, because it was confusing for me when I first got on the board.
Sure, yeah, no, but tonight we have, what, 30 potential resolutions, and they're basically devoted to rule housekeeping, I would say.
Any other questions? I would just like to let you know that the packet for next week is on your desk. So if you're looking for it, it's on your desk for next week already.
Oh.
Any other questions for Mary Ann?
I have a question about the resolution drafting process and the deadlines for such. On a typical general business meeting, when would you set the deadline for submitting resolutions to be circulated and put on the agenda?
Look at the rules as the way they are right now as we go forward. The rules, and let me give you the actual language. Hold on one second. It's typically a week and a day before the county board. Here it is. A week and a day before the county board meeting. If you go to Rule 8.2 in your little book, oh, you don't have books yet, but okay. It says, for an item to be printed on the agenda, it must be presented to the county clerk's office no later than Monday noon of the week prior to the board meeting. Now, I will tell you that when you would be working with, let's say, department heads, we have a process where we have typically agenda item reports, which basically will be given to a committee. So typically, matters will go to a committee before they go to a board. I'm sorry, okay? And there will be a proposed resolution based on an agenda item report prepared by the department head. And so then at the committee level, which is where the real nitty-gritty goes forward in terms of, the questions and that type of thing, that is typically done, John, tell me, is it typically 2 or 3 weeks? I'm trying to remember. Well, typically what would happen is my office would need all of that material 2 weeks before the committee meeting, and at least a week before the committee agenda goes out, because typically committee agendas go out a week before the actual committee meeting. And I know there are all of these deadlines and people are coming at you with all of these different things, but I think what you can do is if you have a resolution based on the rules as they exist now, it has to be to the county clerk's office and my office a week and a day before your meeting. Okay.
Supervisor Cox.
Am I turned on? Yes, I'm turned on. Hold on a minute here. When dealing with committees, okay, 7.2, all resolutions that come from committees, commissions, or boards shall show a vote of that committee, commission, or board. And 24.6 requires to submit recommendations for county board rules to be considered at the county board organization meeting or at other county board meetings coming through the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. I'm referring to the agenda that we have before us, in that not one of these resolutions that I see printed up have a committee vote on them. And I would consider that a point of order, and to have those moved until they got to a committee or an ad hoc committee and brought back.
Shall I respond?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
So if we look at 3.8 of the rules, it specifically says, the rules of the board shall be amended during the 2-year period only by a 2/3 vote of those present at a meeting, except at the annual organizational meeting, which we are here at today, at which time a majority of those present shall rule. This rule may be waived by the county board chairperson as a result of a local, state, or national declared emergency. Given the fact that 3.8 specifically addresses the fact that the rules may be amended during the organizational meeting, and that is on point, I would say that takes precedence over those other rules, especially since they're talking about the organizational meeting.
The rules in order to do this?
No, I'm reading a rule as it exists.
I see that.
Yeah. So.
Suspending the general rules, committee work on rules prior to this meeting, any committee work.
No, we're not suspending. If anything, we're enforcing the rule. Now, the Judiciary Committee has not even been appointed at this point.
Committee that would move it off and then bring it back through the Judiciary Committee.
And I'm telling you, based on my looking at this rule,
This one.
it allows this to be done.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Marianne, I just have a question for you, or maybe you can explain it. It isn't to do with ethics, but can you tell all of us on who actually you work for, and also what the difference is, what the board does and what the county executive does? You and I have had this discussion, and I think it's very important that everyone understands where this is.
Sure. So, as I said, I am the lawyer for the county. John Damel is my supervisor. If we go to, I always go to the statutes. If we go to the statutes that talks about the Corporation Council, and it lists everything we have to do, again, it says in counties not having a population of 750,000 or more, that's us, the board may employ a corporation counsel.
Use your mic, please.
I'm sorry, the board may employ a corporation counsel. Okay, in any county with a county executive, the county executive shall have the authority to appoint and supervise the corporation counsel if the board authorizes the establishment of the office. Such appointment shall be subject to the confirmation by the board. And then it talks about the fact that the corporation counsel may be removed by the county executive or county administrator with the concurrence of the board. So the bottom line is, while County Executive Damel is my supervisor, I am also basically an attorney to the county board as well. So that, and I think the statute recognized this because it's sort of like a check and balance. But there is no question, based on the language of this statute, that the county executive supervises my work. But as I've said, I look out for what is in the best interest of the county. So I hope that answers the question.
Kind of.
If it is, you can.
No, that's just a question that you and I have talked about, and I just wanted to make sure that these all know that you are the attorney for all of us.
Right.
That if they want to come to you sometime, don't say, oh, we got to go through Mr. Damel to get to her or whatever. No, that you can go to her office, and she'll be getting a new office. But
oh yeah, we'll be moving in about a week and a half. We're packing. We'll be at the county administration building on the 3rd floor.
Can you also tell them the difference in the roles between the board and the county executive?
Yes, the county board is essentially a policy-making board. The county executive deals with the day-in ins and outs, the administrative.
Use your mic, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. The county executive deals with the administrative, the day in and day out. The county board deals with actual policy. And we actually, I might even have, I thought I was going to write something out. Let's see, I did. Yeah, counties act as the local presence of the state. Yeah, county board, it's a legislative body that sets policy. That's what you guys do. According to the Wisconsin Counties Association, the basic functions of the county board are to represent and be accountable to the public, adopt the annual budget, focus on the long term. And again, it's the majority of work, the policy information is done by committees prior to debate at the full county board. Then we talked about ordinances and resolutions. Actually, we didn't. But again, the county executive, as you know, is elected in a general nonpartisan election. County executive serves for 4 years. And again, the job is to administer and monitor all of the county departments and exercise other specified powers. He's essentially the CEO of Winnebago County. He appoints members to boards and commissions. He supervises department heads. He submits the annual budget. He's got a lot on his plate. He holds veto authority over county board decisions, but the county board can override the veto with a 2/3 majority. So it's sort of akin to a mayor and a city council or a governor and a legislature. But the bottom line is, while the board is restricted to legislative policy, the county executive manages and supervises. He's sort of like hands on the ground. That's what I would say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions?
I would also, just if I could add, I think understanding the roles, and I think County Executive Dan will reference this, is critical to forming an efficient partnership. Because in order to have a delivery of services to Winnebago County residents, it would be advisable to try to work together. That's just my thought. So.
Supervisor Bender.
I would just like to comment that no money can be spent in this county without the county board's approval. We approve the budget, and any project that comes forward out of the budget is approved by this county board. The ARPA funds, they can't spend one dime, no department, without our approving it. So every dollar that's spent in this county, this board approves. So when the budget comes time, remember, like John Damo prepares a budget, we approve the budget. He can override us, but we basically review his budget of the departments, and we have basically the final say. He can basically veto them, but every dollar that this county spends, we as a board approve. So we're responsible for that. And it's just good to know that, you know, you're in charge. You were elected to be the watchdog of this county and to keep the financially stable. And nobody can spend any money in this county without the 36 of us approving it.
Supervisor Cox.
One thing that I hope to have pointed out in what I had said earlier is that we have boards and commissions and committees. They're all part of a check and balance, so to speak, as these resolutions come through and are looked at and decided upon what is going to be sent up to the board to be passed. And if they don't meet the standards of what we decide at the board level or at the committee level, they don't get the votes. When they don't get the votes and they come up to the board to be passed, usually they either get pulled or they get an extra look as to why they didn't get a full accounting, a full vote. So what I'm saying is that we have several levels of check and balance throughout the county. And whatever comes up to this board to be passed should have full view from both the committee and from the board.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. I had to find you here. Well, there you are. Supervisor Harrison.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Chairman. When he was saying that, the supervisor, he sounded like if it went to committee and it was turned down, it still comes up to the supervisors get a second chance.
It does.
Okay, so I want to make sure I'm clear. So it could, but I thought it was, and maybe I misunderstood, that a committee has reviewed it, that's their job, and now that's why they're presenting it. Why would they present something that they didn't think was good to present to you guys, to us? I mean,
Supervisor Cox.
The committee will perhaps turn that down, but the person that brought it forward, or the department that had brought it forward, may wish to override the committee. They can bring it up to the board, and the board then has a 2/3 vote rather than a majority vote to overcome for that resolution to get passed.
Okay. Anyone else? Last time. Okay, we'll move on then. Oh, yes.
Again, and once you get this little booklet, it's very handy to look at it, or you can look at it online. But the way the rules are written now, it's not only a committee that can present a resolution to the body for consideration. It's a supervisor as well. Just so you're aware of that. As County Executive Damo reminded me, the Wisconsin counties Counties Association attorney, Andy Phillips, is going to be coming in 2 weeks to give a further presentation as to, the roles and responsibilities, so that you'll get to hear more of this. Because again, I know there's a lot coming at you, and I don't want to bombard you with all this material, but that's going to be also an opportunity for learning. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is personnel and payroll information. Mark Hebeck, Acting Human Resources Director. Okay. Mike Collard, former Director. Yeah, let's see, which one is that?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can be very brief. I'm Mike Collard. I probably have met the vast majority of you by now. I think I'm officially still Director of Human Resources, but not acting in that capacity. I'm acting as Finance Director. Mark Habeck is doing the HR role now, but unfortunately he's not able to be here tonight through an illness. Anyway, I can be very brief. Even though you're here as elected officials and in a very important role, and pretty confident none of you are really here for the money, in a sense, you are all considered employees in that you perform services for the county and do get some compensation for it. So most of you have received these packets of employee enrollment type information. If you haven't received them, they were mailed out last week, but if you haven't received them or have lost them or just want another set, I've got a bunch of sets here. Please feel free to come get one from me during, before, or after the meeting. And we do need your information because otherwise we can't pay you even your per diems. So we do have a direct deposit system requiring a lot of the usual legal paperwork that happens when you sign up for employment. We have to do the I-9s, we have to do employment withholding exemptions, certificates, and so forth. But even though there are a lot of you that are involved, it's probably not productive time for me to go over each of these documents in front of you. I just want to mention that we do need these back. Some of you have already returned them to me or returned them to the Human Resources Office. In addition to the actual enrollment forms and payroll forms, you are eligible for health and dental insurance through the county plan. Most of you will not choose to accept that insurance just because it's fairly expensive and the county does not contribute toward the premium on your behalf. That's not really considered part of your compensation. So you're eligible, but you are required then to pay 100% of the normal premiums. The premium rates are on the sheet for whatever level of coverage, if it's single coverage or family, or even if you're Medicare eligible. And the same for dental. The dental coverage is not anything great that you couldn't get anywhere else probably if you want to pay the full premium. But it is available to you. What I'd suggest, if you have any questions about any of these forms or any of the procedures as employees, feel free to ask me. But probably your best bet is to stop in the HR office. If you don't have your form complete, for instance, with the I-9, we need your identification information, which is either a copy of your passport, typically, or we would need both your Social Security card and your current driver's license. Those are the two most common options. There are a list of other forms of identification that can be provided as alternatives. If you have any questions about that, probably the best thing to do is just stop by the HR office and talk to either Joan or Jane or Kathy, and they do a great job. They'll take care of you. Probably don't need an appointment, but if you want to call and make an appointment, that's great. Or if you just want to call and ask a question, that's great too. The HR department number is 232-3460. You can find it on the county website if you don't want to write that down. But just give a call or give me a call. My number currently is the Finance Department, 232-3443, and we can help you out. But it is important that you get these in as soon as possible because We want to process payroll, and if there are forms missing, it's just more work for the payroll staff and others to track down the necessary information, because literally we can't process that per diem payment for these first 2 meetings without that information. So if anyone has questions now, I'd be glad to address that. Otherwise, we'll talk to you whenever you need to. Supervisor Gordon? You do not have to turn it in again if you're a returning county board member, unless you want to change something. You can file a new, exemption.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
I brought mine this evening. Can I give it to you?
Anytime.
Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any other questions. We're going to take about a 10-minute break here before we go into the resolutions for bathroom break. If you don't know where they are, the men's is back over here, the ladies is back down there, so. Yes, sir.
Since we have the Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly.
Anyone can request to see any kind of info. Email is definitely included. Our system archives every message in and out for 7 years. It's a rolling 7 years. So if anyone does come with a request, we can do queries to provide the information. If you choose to use a personal email address, you are responsible personally to answer that Freedom of Information request. So much easier if you all adopt the county email. And again, you can look at it on these devices. For county email, you can actually look at it on any device, anywhere on the internet, by going through our website. You can get to your county email that way too. So if you're at a hotel or at a cottage or whatever and you have a device there, it doesn't have to be this iPad to check your email. The format is your first name dot last name at our domain, which is co.winnebago.wi.us. I know it's a little long, but that's what it is. The domain. It's first name dot last name at co.winnebago.wi.us. And again, per diem, you can use these devices, email and photos of receipts to do that. I guess that's the main points I wanted to emphasize. Any immediate questions that I can answer?
Find her here. Supervisor Powers, did you
Okay,
have some?
so after we did the 951414 and put in our own password, do you want to copy that password for future use? So no, you don't
Nope,
want that?
don't need it. I mean, if you forget it, we would do a reset and you'd have to make a new one. We don't want your PIN.
Okay.
Anything else?
Any other questions?
Right.
We want to thank you and all your staff for all the hard work you've been doing and getting all this put together for us. And I'm sure you will be getting some questions called. If by no one else, by me, I can guarantee you. So, all right, we're on to our resolutions here. Resolution 0104-2022, amend Section 18, General Duties of the County Board of the Rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors by adding Section 18.7 and 18.8. Supervisor Norton. Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second? Second.
From the public a lot about the inconvenience of our meeting times. This takes care of that. Also, for a number of times, we've had supervisors who have not been able to serve on certain committees because they have daytime or full-time jobs, and they're unable to serve on those committees. And I thought of this rule change that I got from Rock County, where Rock County has it where no meeting can start before 4:30 unless 3/4 of the membership of that committee agrees to change it. I just think it's beginning and first step to making meeting times more amicable for the public and to the county board supervisors in general. There is a way, like I say, that if the committee needs to and thinks that they want and can meet before 3 p.m., they can do that by unanimously agreeing to do that. They can do it either in a block of every meeting or meeting by meeting. It does give them that option. I just think that it's high time that we move in a direction that be more amicable so the public and our fellow supervisors can meet and go and attend meetings and get more informed. That's why I'm proposing that. And the second thing, I will say, I did talk to the Corporation Council last week. 18.8, I don't know what effect that has. I don't remember me putting it in there. I do remember putting in the part about all committees, boards, and commissions will meet no earlier than 3 p.m. on any given day unless the committee agrees unanimously to a different time. But the 18.8, I don't know where that came from. It didn't come from me, but I'll let the Corporation Council or someone speak to that. Thank you.
Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to amend resolution number 1 through resolution number 29 by substitution. Robert's Rules calls for substitution if it's warranted. To the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors, this is a substitute resolution delivered to the county clerk. Whereas the county board is presented with numerous deficiencies as evidenced by the plethora of rules amendments. Whereas the county board is asked to make changes to the county board rules. Whereas the county board election has brought 15 new members without experience in dealing with the county board rules. Whereas these newly elected supervisors are asked to evaluate the rules and its changes without sufficient knowledge of the full implications of the change. Whereas there is a more sound way to achieve the identified changes while giving consideration by research and commentary, enhancing the county board's ability to judge and decide upon changes to the rules. Therefore, be it resolved, the undersigned find it appropriate to substitute the resolutions for rules amendments herein presented with a directive from the county board chairman of the board to appoint an ad hoc committee of 5 supervisors to review, research, revise as necessary the full body of the county board rules and to report back within 90 days recommended for revision of the rules. And be it further resolved that inasmuch as the organization meeting rules changed is postponed until the ad hoc committee reports back to the county board. Therefore, the county board approval of the revised rules shall require only a majority vote for approval. Because otherwise, during the year, other than at the organization meeting, requires a 2/3 vote. I wish to preserve that simple majority for the rules after it's given a proper consideration.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Made and seconded. Supervisor Gordon, is that anything on? that?
It was something similar to what Supervisor Eisen was bringing up. Thank you.
Supervisor Gabbert, anything on that?
No.
Supervisor Noshbaum, anything on that?
Would this ad hoc committee be able to just toss these out, whatever ones they want? Would 5 members be making these decisions for us?
No, they'll be making recommendations for changes to the rules or revision so that we can consider those changes in good order rather than doing it blindfolded.
Okay. We've heard a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Yep, I gotta find her here. Supervisor Powers?
Yes, if you're not on the ad hoc committee, would you be able to do some input to clean up some of the grammar and words that aren't even real words?
I would think so, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hintz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know that 5 members would be a sufficient number. I would think we would want to have maybe up to even a quarter of our body have 9 members on this committee. So that way there's more room for input, and then you have various levels of expertise on this committee. I would offer that as a friendly amendment if that would be acceptable.
Five, maybe 6 at the most, but that would be.
Any other discussion? Supervisor Norton?
Thank you. If we're going to change the process, then I would suggest that this committee change the process every 2 years, because ever since I've been elected, every 2 years we've done it the same way. We've come to an organizational meeting, and that's when we've submitted changes to the rules. What Supervisor Eisen is doing is changing the process we've done every other year before that. So if we're going to do it, not just for this year, but future years, I think we should put that, not permanently, but at least put in the rules for 2 years from now, that a committee is formed before the organizational meeting, because that's what we're doing now. That's why I sort of object to and oppose this, because I don't think this is any different than the other 11 or 12 times I've had to go through this process.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Supervisor Stafford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, as well, is concerned with a 5-member panel for this ad hoc committee. I think we need to have a more representative amount of individuals on this committee. I also want to echo Supervisor Norton. This is absolutely out of the process of what was established, and I think we need to clear that up as well.
Any other discussion? Vice Vom?
I too would like to, Mr. Chairman, I too would like to echo Supervisor Norton's concerns about this. Specifically, if there's a committee of 5, I'm guessing that no new supervisors, which almost now make up half the board, would be on this committee. So I am particularly concerned about a gulf between the more established supervisors and the new supervisors, and I'm concerned that a process of this would then, further that divide as we go into the budget season as things go on here. 90 days also seems like a long time as well. If you are going to adopt it, I would have a friendly amendment to reduce it to 30 days.
Supervisor Cox.
My belief is that the number should be small enough to get the work done and pass the vote and bring it forward for the board to then go ahead and raise a vote or raise discussion over the rules. At that point, you're going to have everybody involved, and that's where you can also, that committee, that ad hoc committee has not been chosen yet. You can also put younger people or older, more knowledgeable people on it in equal strength. So it's not something that we're looking at lightly as far as making changes, but it's better to have more eyes looking at the changes as it comes down and voted on and checks and balances used than it is to have one set of eyes, maybe two sets of eyes, and run it right past us. That's not good. Thank you.
Supervisor Gabbert.
Now I'll talk several things. Supervisor Stafford is in the right to be doing this. So I don't want anybody here to think that this is some hidden agenda, as Supervisor Norton is. I came tonight to look at all these and do my thing and make some amendments.
It's on.
Okay, here we go. Supervisor Stafford has the complete right to do what he did. He put a lot of work in this. That does not mean I'm supporting everything that's going on here. But my point is, there is no rift on this board, and there's not going to be. We have returning supervisors and new supervisors, and I hope for everybody's sake that we all work together. There is not a rift here. So I'm in favor of this ad hoc committee. I don't know who's going to appoint who, but there certainly can be new and returning supervisors on that ad hoc. 5 is not very many, but we have 5 committee members going to be picked on Friday for every of the standing committees, and they work together and we get the job done. So either you vote this up or down, but if we're going to proceed with this, we've got to go through all these resolutions, and I'm going to speak on most of them and give you my 2 cents worth. So I like the idea from Supervisor Eisen that he wants to send this to an ad hoc committee, and I can only hope that there would be 5 or 7. I don't think we need 9, 12, 13, whatever, and that they would do due diligence. But I also see the point, we have never had this many rule changes at our organizational meetings. So this is big. This is a big, important thing to tackle tonight. So we're going to be here for a while if we choose to do that. So I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on this amendment that Eisen wants to send it back to an ad hoc committee. I'm not sure how we're going to appoint the people. That would need to be cleared up. Thank you.
Supervisor Bender.
I'd just like to let the new members know that you're welcome to attend any committee meeting, and you can speak at the public session. So any meeting you want to go to, you can go to it and basically speak at the public portion of it. And if you have inside information, most times the chairman will let you speak during the meeting. Some won't, some will. So it doesn't matter if we have 5 or if we have 10. I go to a lot of meetings that I don't get the per diem, but I go because they concern another board or commission that I'm on, and I want to basically give them the inside. When I can talk at the beginning of the meeting, I'll explain why we're there and what we're looking to do, and tell them if they have questions when they're discussing that portion of it, I'd be happy to answer them. So it doesn't matter that we only have 5. Any one of us can attend that. We can have 36 people there if we all so choose to show up. Believe me, most committees that you sit on, you won't see one county board member show up at your committee meetings. I mean, I sit on basically 3 committees and 3 commissions, and I think in a whole year, if I see 1 or 2 board members come to one of our meetings, I'd be surprised, you know, because they all have their own life and they have their own committees and commissions, and that's the job of the committee, is to refine it, so they bring it back to us, and then we basically discuss it, and if we're not happy with it, you send it back to the committee, and they make more adjustments, and you may send it back 2 or 3 times before it's something that this county board will pass, but they work on that, and it's like, you try to get 9 opinions. We had just passed for the diversity committee, the bylaws and the strategic plan, came here 3 times. And we went back as a committee and we worked on that and we worked on it. And we every time we thought we did a great job. Basically, I think it was 1 supervisor or 2 supervisors that showed up and gave us some input. And then we'd come back, we would get basically all these things that we did wrong, you know. So it's like, feel free to attend these meetings and give your input, because that's how the committees will basically learn, and we'll all work together. And, you know, I've only been on this county board 6 years. I'm far from experienced. So, you know, I'm happy to take anybody's opinion and work with them. Thanks.
Supervisor Harrison?
Well, as a new supervisor, I'm feeling kind of uncomfortable right now. And the reason I say this is, first of all, Mr. Supervisor Cox brought up a point at the beginning, and this is properly what we're doing, is what they do on every organizational meeting you've had in the past. Mr. Norton has said the same thing, and I'm sure Brian and Mr. Norton went through a lot of effort for the last couple weeks before this to get this all set, so it wasn't one of these things they just blew up in the sky and says, okay, we're going to go change things. And then Mr. Eisen had made up a point that there's 15 people, so I kind of feel that this is being done and challenged because there's new people and want to put us in our place or teach us a lesson or whatever you want to do. We want to work together. The worst that could ever happen is we could go every one of these resolutions and vote them down and it'd be done, which is what you've done all the time. This is nothing new. But I don't know, all of a sudden when you have so many new people, it's a big issue. I don't understand that. So I wouldn't want to do this extra stuff. I would like to get it done. I spun my research for a week. I've looked at this whole thing. I have my mind made up, or I can be swayed, and that's what I came here for. But if I'm coming here for that, they're going to just push all that work aside, and 15 new people, or hey, they're going to have to do it our way, then that's not, I don't think that's right. And that's how I feel. And I don't know if anyone else does, but that's feel. I came to vote on this. I came to do something on this, and I came to listen and learn. I didn't learn anything from this right now. I'm sorry.
I'm going to tell you, as long as I'm sitting in this chair, we're not going to fight as a board. I'll stop it before we'll do that. We'll either take a break or whatever.
Okay.
All of us were put on this board and voted on, and we all have 1 vote. Whether you've been on here 20 years, 5 years, 4 years, 1 year, or 3 years, whatever, we all got the same amount of votes. None of us are any pedestal. Just because I'm sitting up here don't make me any better than anybody else. So I want you to remember that we're all put on by constituents, and we're here to represent this board. So don't ever feel, as long as I'm sitting here, that somebody's better or trying to put somebody else in a pickle or whatever you want to call it, because we're not. I can't say we're not, I'll say I'm not, and I won't allow it. And I'm not saying Mr. Eisen is. He's just brought out a point, and that's his feelings, and however it gets voted up or down, as soon as we're done discussion, that will also be voted up or down. So I want you all to know that. So, Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Rachel Dowling. Again, I'm one of the new people, as you keep calling me. Although I am new to this room specifically in this chair, I've been attending meetings of the county board since May. I did not walk into this blind. I would like to just point out the fact that some of the meetings are very extended, as I'll call them, and just not run efficiently. And a lot of these resolutions address that, specifically Resolution 15, which limits floor person speaking time and amounts of time spoken. I know it's new. I know we're all like dealing with this and want to get home before midnight. I get it. Now is the time. Now is the time to address this and get it over with. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Defferding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do echo the same sentiment as Supervisor Dowling as well. This is the organizational meeting is really the time for us to actually to discuss this. So I do think that we should address all of these resolutions tonight. And I know that it's going to be long and it's going to take a lot of time. But that's what we're here for. We're supervisors, and therefore we should supervise. So I do think I disagree with the fact that we should create an ad hoc committee. I think that we should actually vote on all of these tonight. With that being said, there were two. I did notice that there were two friendly amendments that were mentioned. Would Supervisor Eisen accept those friendly amendments?
Please state the friendly amendments. The only amendment that I heard was to modify the numbers from 5 to 9, and I didn't even hear a second.
Well, I guess I'm not sure per Robert's rules. I guess per the chair or maybe Mary Ann Mueller can disclose to us how that would go.
Corporate Counsel has something she'd like to say before she wanted to be called on. I thought everyone should get their say first.
Supervisor Eisen is correct. If there is a friendly amendment, you should have a second.
That's a copy. Thank you, that's all.
Anyone else? Not seeing anyone else. We'll be going ahead and voting on the amendment brought in by Supervisor Eisen for resolutions number 1 through 29. We would like to have an ad hoc committee appointed by the county board chair of 5 supervisors. Unless you want that whole thing read, I believe that's about what it amounts to. Just hold on. It's coming to get me now.
To appoint an ad of 5 to review, research, all of that. Because it's going to be the full body of rules, all the rules, okay? And require a majority vote in the future, okay?
Okay, we'll start right here. It says, therefore be it resolved that the undersigned fit and appropriate to substitution the rules of the resolution of rules amended herein presented with a directive from the county board chair of board to appoint an ad hoc committee, 5 supervisors to review, research, revise as necessary the full body of the county board rules and to report back within 90 days recommendation for revision of the rules. Therefore, the county board approval of the revised rules shall require only a minority vote for approval. Majority. Does that sum it up right, Supervisor Eisen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, a motion's been made and seconded.
Can we have a recorded vote?
Well, yes, you can. You'll have to, I guess.
We can learn how to use our iPad.
There you go. So if you're in favor of Supervisor Eisen amended resolution, you'll vote A or yes. If you're against, it'll be nay. I can't tell you how to vote, but I always remember this in the back of my mind from all these. When you abstain, that's the same as a no vote. Right. This is the one to substitute, correct. That has failed. I'll see how that works now. It'll come right up on your iPads there. That has failed. Okay. So we're back to the original here, back on the one that Supervisor Norton had brought up about the change of the rules here for the times. It's mainly saying no earlier than 3 p.m. on any given days unless the committee agrees unanimously to different times. So, is there any other discussion on that? I'll have to find Supervisor Fari. You're on. Oh, you're not on. How do I get him on? Push Fari, but it had been over there. He'd be talking over there, not here.
Is that maybe
Here.
There you go.
Maybe I can just speak loud enough. Can everybody hear me? Yeah. All right, we'll try this. A couple of points, and I appreciate Mr. Norton's thoughts here, but the committee, when they're formed, the committees meet and they decide as a group, it's usually 5 to 7 members, at what time they want to meet. Now, if the majority of the committee chooses to meet in the evening, that is just how it works. We also need to bear in mind, so I really think, I'm not sure we need a rule. I think the committee should address that within themselves. And the other thing is, we need to remember that we have department heads and staff that, if we have later meetings, are going to be required to attend those meetings outside of their normal work hours. So that's going to make, if they attend those, then you're going to have adjustments to those work hours. So I'm a little cautious to support this. I do think the next resolution gets more to the point of addressing all the public's concerns and perhaps Mr. Norton's concerns. Thank you.
Supervisor Bender.
I just want to say, I worked second shift for 15 years, and I could never go to a parent-teacher conference because they were always held at night. They wouldn't change them to days because I work second shift. And what we're doing here, right now, if you work second shift, you can come to a committee meeting, and most committees will pass a resolution that will be forwarded to the county board. So if I work second shift, I can come to the Park and Rec Committee, I can explain to them if I'm in favor of that resolution or I'm against it. But now if we put everything where basically you have to be a first shift worker to be represented or to be able to talk on the resolution, I think that's wrong. I think second shift people deserve the same benefits as you work first shift. Not everybody works first shift. There's a lot of factories, the service industry, Walmart, all your stores, they're working. They can't make evening meetings. So the way it's set up right now, if you have the committee meets during the day, if you're a second shift worker or a third shift worker, you can make that meeting and you can basically put your input in on that resolution. And then when it comes to the county board, if you're a day shift worker, you can show up and basically speak in the back, and you can be represented and give them your opinion too. We had 2 issues here. The racetrack, we packed the back. It basically, the public wanted to be heard on that. We had resolution 1108 with the health department. The back was packed. Didn't matter if they were first shift worker, second shift worker, they made a point to come here. If there's something on here that basically they want to talk on, believe me, they will show up. But I don't think just because you're a second shift worker, you should be shut out.
Don't forget about the one where we had the marijuana too, and they come from Green Bay and all over. So, Supervisor Gabbert.
So I guess I'll say I'm against this. I think the committee should determine the time that they meet. We have a committee that will be assigned for planning and zoning, and I bring this up as an exception. They go view properties as part of their job, and it's a little hard in the winter to view properties, physically view them between 3 o'clock and 7 o'clock because it's dark. And they have to view them because we need to get the take on what's going on there. And we also have a deliberative meeting that takes place on a Friday morning at 7:30 because we need to have a court reporter who has to then leave and go do the work for the judges. So without the court reporter, we really aren't legally having a deliberative. We do have our hearings on a Tuesday night at 6:30 p.m., and that's where the crowd shows up. So for that reason, I'm going to say I like the idea that the committee has a discretion, but I don't like that we're saying everything no earlier than 3 p.m. I think the system works, and the committees I've served on, if the people really need to get there, they get there. So I guess I understand the discretion of the committee, but I just don't like that you're going to say end the discretion of the committee when I think the committees have been doing a good job setting their time. Parkview Health Center meets at 3:45. That seems to work for people. Supervisor Norton has made it to those meetings when he felt it was important. So I think we have to put the trust in who's on the committee to set their own time. And again, Supervisor Binder brought up the good point about second shift. How about the people that work at Amcor that work 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. or 5 p.m. to 5 a.m.? They want to get there, but they can't get there because their time frame doesn't fit in the time frame that you're going to try to set. So, and nurses that work 12-hour shifts 3 days a week. And one of those is a day that they want to say something at the health department meeting. So that's my take on it. So I think I'm going to vote no on this. Thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Hi. I agree with the last two, Supervisor Gabbert and Supervisor Bender. Okay, I'm learning the names. I'm one of the new ones. But my question is more for 18.8 and the purpose, especially the last bit, are subject to confirmation by the county board and not the county executive. Is that what I'm seeing on 18.8? I was a little unclear with that when I was reading that. So if so Supervisor Norton can go over the 18.8 a little bit, and if it's not something that needs to be on here, can we do a friendly amendment to strike that out?
Corporate Counsel?
Thank you.
I do have Supervisor Norton's email to me dated April 8th, and it does reference under his first paragraph 18.7 and 18.8. Supervisor Ellenberger, in terms of 18.8, this is a direct quote from the statute, so it cannot be amended.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Eisen?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Since the county board's will is to become the ad hoc committee examining the rules, I'm going to show you, I'm going to present a flaw in this resolution. Number one, 18.7 and 18.8 are new rules. These are not rules that are in the existing rules. These are rules in the supervisor from, where is he? From Norton, from, doesn't have his district number up there like the old chart used to have. But anyway, 18.7 addresses a question of meetings and times, but the correct rule is Rule 22. So 18.7 shouldn't be 18.7. You've got to figure that one out. And second, 18.8 relates to recommending what the county executive should do. I told the previous county executive he didn't need to have a codification of the health officers because it was in state statute. This 18.8 is just from state statute. There's no need to put this in our rules because we don't control the county executive. We don't decide what he does. Or, you know, I've been here for, I've been blessed to be here for 16 years, and anytime there's an issue that relates to a particular department, that county department director is here to answer questions. We don't have to order them to come. That's not our job. I think that we should just take a quick vote on this and vote it down. So I'll call the question so we can dispense with this with a vote, and I request it be recorded.
Okay, that, you called the question, so that ends all debate. Okay, we're ready to vote. You'll either vote,
Yeah, you have to second.
yes. Do I hear a second?
Second.
So, yes. So you're voting for this resolution, up or down? Yea or nay?
Are we voting to call the question here?
Voting, you're correct. Great. Calling the question, yes. Pardon? Okay, you'll have to re-vote because she didn't get a chance to add it in to call the question, so.
Could you clarify what we're voting on?
A motion is made and seconded to go ahead and for calling the question. In other words, that quits all debate right there. So now we're just voting on whether to call the question or not. No, don't mind, come off. I thought this said that the 2/3 or whatever. It says 2/3 to call the question. So that fails then, right? That fails, because to call the question, you have to have 2/3. So that fails. So now we're back on the regular motion. All right. We're back on number 1, 04-2022. I'm in section 18, general rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors by adding section 18.7 and 18.8. There's been a motion made and seconded already. Any other discussion? Not hearing any. Oops, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Powers, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Vice Chair Fari that this could make our employees working very late, depending on what has to be happening. I have meetings that I attend at 9 o'clock in the morning, one that was moved to 10 o'clock in the morning, and one that's at 3 p.m. But moving everything to 3 or later, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. It's putting too much stress or pressure on our working staff. And I'm not going to make this a motion, but my suggestion would be that perhaps a letter from the county executive and the board chair to employers of county board supervisors requesting that they, in the spirit of citizenship, give their employees a chance to attend meetings. I serve with I came on at the same time another supervisor did, and I don't think she's ever had a time off of work to attend meetings in 6 years. So, but other businesses do. Other businesses do give their employees a chance to do civic work. So I'm not making a motion, but I suggest that the county executive board chair think about sending letters to employers of supervisors requesting some time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few things. The first is just hearing some of the conversation. Please note that out of a review of a nearly dozen county rules of similar demographics, a majority of them have a rule like this. So the comment was made, this is kind of out of left field. It isn't. In fact, most counties in the state do have a rule similar to this. So we should be aware of that. The second is the second shift comment, and that's totally true. It's totally right. But if you look at the calendar right now, most meetings are happening during first shift or someone who works more of a 9 to 5 kind of job. And when I went door to door in my district, one of the most consistent things that I got from people, and by the way, these are people that we report to. We don't report to the county, we report to the people. They were so frustrated that they couldn't go and get their voices made at a committee. The people, not us, the people. So I think we need to think about that issue right there. And I do like the ad of Supervisor Norton saying unanimously, because there is that workaround for, as Supervisor Gabbard had mentioned, which is a very fair thing. There are some times where you can't. You just physically can't, zoning or whatnot. So I think we need to allow for that. This should allow for some flexibility as well. And the last is, this is very similar to one that I actually recommended. So I would also be rescinding that resolution, 250422. I'm sorry, 25-042022, and join Supervisor Norton in supporting this resolution.
The only thing I'd like to say, Supervisor Stafford, is the people can come. If you get your heads of the department and that together, I was just in one this morning where they can have a Zoom right at their meetings and that, and they can speak. I know at Highway this morning, we had one that was on there. And if they wanted to speak, they're called on ahead of time just like anyone. So I'm not saying good or bad or whatever the times you want to say, but there is, if you get your heads of the department and your committee wants to, there is ways that they can get the community involved. Anyone else? All right. Doug Zelmer, where is Doug Zelmer? Hey. Supervisor Zelmer.
When I circulated my nomination papers, I asked some of the people, but not all of them, when do you want us to have our committee meetings? Not one person said at night. They all said unanimously, anytime the committee wants to meet, they should be able to meet. So, I mean, you get differing opinions on this, but I think my district, and I didn't poll everybody, status quo, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Eisen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to strongly oppose this resolution. And the reason there is, if there is a hot issue, people will come. How many people are in the gallery? How many people spoke at this meeting? One. And I've seen this gentleman at previous meetings. But how many people have come to this meeting to see what's going on with the county? I'll tell you what. When there was a vaccination issue before the legislative committee, there were 100 people at that meeting because it was a hot issue. 100 people. People came from Milwaukee, people came from Wild Rose, people came from Green Bay. It was a hot issue. If there's an issue, they will come. Another hot issue, the skating rink. We ultimately sold it to a private vendor for $1. The room was filled with people, overflowing with citizen interest and concern. And another time, there was an issue when we decided to remove racing from the Expo Center fairgrounds. The room was filled. And there was, well, I'm not gonna tell one of the speakers pro sport, but anyway, please vote this down. The committees will set the time for the meeting. And I would ask that the vote for this be recorded, but I'm not going to go any further. I think you got the drift.
Any other discussion? Not hearing any other discussion, the motion was made. Oh, I'm sorry, who? No. Oh. Who is it? Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I just want to say that I've been on the solid waste board for 10 years. We meet at 9 o'clock in the morning. It works out well for everybody there. We talk trash, so nobody really comes to talk trash to us. And we also have typically 4 staff members at that meeting. So you start making that at 5, 6 at night. I don't know, is that overtime, that double time? I don't know. It works for us. And if it didn't work for us, we could have the option to change it. But I'd certainly encourage that this be voted down and leave it up to the committee to decide whatever works for them.
Thank you. Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to point out to everybody that this does not say that the meetings have to occur no earlier than 3, because it says the committee can unanimously agree to a different time. So in a case like Supervisor Gabbard brought up, where the legal people can't be there unless they're there early in the morning, why wouldn't that board say unanimously, you know what, we have to meet earlier? This actually allows for flexibility, and it says that we're going to try to hold meetings later on, and if the committee can't hold those meetings later on in the day, they can vote as such. So if there is a reason to not vote or to not hold your meeting after 3 p.m., the machinery is in here for you to do it on your committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Norton.
First of all, Supervisor Hintz stole or said most of what I was going to say about, the committee decides, not the board. I don't decide what another committee does. They do, but unanimously. Secondly, last time I knew, county government is open to 4:30. That gives them an hour and a half. I don't see why a committee, the earliest is 3 o'clock. I mean, we're not talking 5, every meeting has to be 5, 6, 7 o'clock. We're saying 3, 4, some, like he said, flexibility. And I can't emphasize the committee agrees unanimously. I was even willing to change on that, but it's the committee, it says committee, and they'll decide it, not the whole board. And we're talking about committee and boards and commissions. We're not talking about county board meetings, which now meet at 6. Thank you.
Supervisor Peschel.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, Chairman. My question relates to Mr. Norton's earlier comments about not being fully aware of the need of having 18.8 in his resolution. And so I just one more time would like to invite Corporate Counsel Mueller back up to discuss. Is she here? She stepped out. Oh, So I guess my question is that these are the rules of the board that we're going over today, and that 18.8 directly discusses the powers of the county executive, and so I'm wondering the validity of having those to be in here, and so I guess I would entertain a motion to remove that from the rules, and so I'd be entertaining a second.
I second.
Thank you.
Here she comes now. We'll let you repeat all that now.
Sure. Miss Miller? Miss Miller, if you could come up to the podium, please. So, while you were out, we made a motion to remove 18.8 from the resolution. It was seconded.
Okay.
I'd like you to give us the rationale as to why the powers of the county executive would be in the rules of the county board.
Well, 18.8, as Supervisor Eisen referenced, is statutory. And so when Supervisor Norton had asked that certain items be referenced, he referenced 18.8. That was his request. Again, this language is statutory, and that's why it's there.
So just a follow-up question. Statutory doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be in our rules. It just means that it has to be followed by the specific party, the county executive.
That's correct. That's
So-
correct. But if the supervisor is asking to put it in,
Okay.
and that's what the supervisor did, and it was legal because, again, it is statutory, then it could be done. Now, I would point out, as Supervisor Eisen indicated, it's the law, so it has to be followed. Is it redundant? Is it necessary? Perhaps not if it's the law, but again, to be open, perhaps Supervisor Norton was thinking he wanted full disclosure.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
One other question, since we have moved and seconded. Mr. Norton, was this your intention and understanding of wanting this piece to be part of that rule?
No, I mean, I don't remember putting 18.8. Maybe I did. I do remember.
I have the email, but that's fine. Yeah,
I
okay.
did.
Yeah.
But I don't remember. That's why I asked last week. That's why I was like, yeah.
Right.
It didn't make any difference to me.
You did not say 18.8, but what you did say was that language, and I can pull it out again because I had it. It was, yeah. Because I wouldn't add to my work.
Supervisor Flom, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just gonna, Mr. Chairman, I was gonna move to call the question for this.
Okay.
On the amendment from Supervisor Peschel.
Okay. Okay. Motion made. Is there a second to call the question? Motion made and seconded. Do you want to vote this way, or should I just call it? Okay. One voice vote.
No, we're
Calling
voting
the
to
question.
question.
We're still on that.
For the amendment. Call the question for the amendment to take out 18.8.
No, they want it done by machine now. They want everything done by machine. Yeah. They said they want to learn on the machine, so.
Yes.
Ready?
No, my stuff went off. That means it's probably not gonna work. Oh, okay, good.
I can't yet. There we go. Now we'll be voting on the original here.
No, you have to vote on the amendment
Right,
to take out 18.8.
right. Correct. Right. Huh? Right. You just did that. Right. What? Right. So we removed that, yes. Okay. So that's taken out now, so now we're voting on it with that taken out. No, that's what you just said.
Taking out.
Pardon?
Yeah. What it says.
Okay, we're voting to remove.
What it
Pardon?
says. It's
18.8.
specifically says it on the page.
Oh, I'm sorry. 18.8, we're voting to remove that now.
Shouldn't have either one of them.
But this was seconded to vote on this.
Chuck voted. That was removed. Now that's been removed, 18.8. So is there any other discussion? Motion made and seconded to call the question. Can we do that by voice vote? Vote? Voice. We'll do it by voice this time. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Nay. It's passed. Right. First section. Okay. Okay, now we can vote on all the rest of it. Okay, so now we'll vote on all the rest of it here, which would consist just of that 18.7 is the only difference. that would be
Chairman,
on
I have
there.
a question.
Yes, who is?
Ellenberger. Can you call the question twice on the same resolution?
Yes.
You can? Okay, I just wanted to make sure because it's already been called once. This is going to be the second time on the original resolution. Just wanted to make sure for clarification on Robert's rules. Okay.
Are we ready to vote on 01, 04, 2022? That would just require the 18.7 is all that would be left on that. Are we ready to vote on that? All those in favor, go ahead and push A. Those that are opposed, push nay. If- And that is passed. County exec left, he should have went to get pizza. Number 2, 02, 04, 2022. Amend section 22, committee meetings of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors by adding section 22.18. Supervisor Norton.
Everything that we came up last week, years, probably one thing that came out of COVID is went on Zoom, and working on Zoom meetings, I think we can find a way to really broadcast it. I have done a little research. While public access, channel and stuff can't do every meeting live, they said that we got a recording file
Do I hear a second? Did I hear a second? Okay. Discussion. Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Make sure your mics are on.
Oops, I'm sorry.
Thank you. This resolution, I think, addresses two things. First of all, we've all been through the COVID. I assume many of us attended county board meetings via Zoom, and we have no idea what this is going to go in the future. I mean, my opinion is not over, and it could come back again. And what we've learned in the last 2 years, that Zoom meetings can be very beneficial to the public. So I think this is a good resolution, and I think it's a good answer to more transparency of the county board, easier access to watching the county board via Zoom. So I would urge you to support this. Thank you.
Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I call for a vote on adjournment.
Don't hear any second. Dies for the lack of a second. Supervisor Stafford.
Two things. First is, this is also very close to another resolution that was submitted, 26-04-2022. The one that I'm referring is much longer, but it gets to the same spirit of what Supervisor Norton had proposed. I actually took that picked up language from another county's rules that I thought did a good job. However, I would definitely support this, so I'm going to rescind that one as well, the 26-04-2022, and support, jump in with Supervisor Norton in this resolution.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I worry about memorializing a brand name like Zoom. 5 years ago, I'd never heard of it. 10 years ago, it didn't exist. And also, broadcasted is not a word. Change that to broadcast. But I just think making something digitally broadcast and recorded, we don't need to put Zoom in there because next year we could have Bazinga. Who knows what's going to be better than Zoom?
Thank you. Supervisor Borchardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a cost for doing this?
Yes, can you tell us? Sue,
Does
or
everybody
someone?
know what that is?
How much is it? $90 a month, I think, is our subscription, but then if every department that has a Zoom account has to pay. I don't know, we've got, because of the number of people that can join the meeting, we have an allowance of like up to 500 to 600 people that can attend, so that's why ours is $90 a month. I don't know what the other departments pay.
It would be nice when this is brought to the board, if there's financial requirements, that it be brought up to the board knows what they're getting into and what they're actually giving their money away to. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you, Chairman. I had the question on the cost also, but that seems very small. Also, my question is, where will they be archived? Anyone? Because, I mean, that takes a different server, a different everything in order to archive stuff at this level. I mean, we're talking a lot of meetings.
Exactly. Right now, we depend on the IS department to help us with that. They provided us with a device that has a high capacity to retain those. But the other thing is, these meetings are recorded by Oshkosh Media, and you can go on YouTube on the city's website, and they're there. So you can always view them. It's not, so even if we don't retain the actual Zoom file, it is out on Oshkosh Media. But Mary Ann, you were saying that we only have to keep them for 90 days?
That is correct.
Okay, because we've been keeping the past 2 years, and you're right, it's a huge amount of data, and if we don't need to keep them that long, that would be very helpful, I'm sure.
And also, does this allow for members or supervisors that are not here to vote by proxy also? Is that what this is indicating to? No?
No, if you read
It
the
is?
rules. No. No, and the rules as of right now, your butts must be in your seats in order to vote.
Okay.
Oh, Mary Ann's saying no. That's what we were always told, so. Well, right, we did by then, but I'm talking about when we're meeting in the courtroom, in this room here. Right. No. See? Now you're gonna have to vote by phone.
I believe at the last meeting, the last board
Do you want to turn on her microphone?
Not really.
say that, and I'm going to try to find it, that you did not have, you could vote, hold on a second. 11, yeah. Thank you, Mike. Yeah. 11.6 is, Mr. Collard indicates, all votes cast shall be cast only if the supervisor is present at his or her desk unless the chair of the board or committee has designated that the use of a remote session is permitted. If a remote option is permitted, the supervisor attending remotely must have a camera and microphone on and must be in the visible range of the camera and auditory range of the microphone. So you need a camera.
Thank you.
And you obviously have to have the chair give its blessing. That's 11.6.
And I also agree with the last supervisor about taking out the word zoomed because it could be called something else in the future, so.
Thank you. Am I not correct, though, unless there's something, and I know we've been doing that because of what was going around, COVID and that, but as of now, if we provide and that they have to come back here and vote, unless they have some special reason the chair gives them?
Or remote session is permitted, that's correct. And it says if a remote option is permitted. So
Okay.
you would have to give, there would have to be a remote option.
Okay, go.
But I also believe there were references throughout the rules
Right.
to being able to vote remote.
Hold on, you're not next, Mr. Cox. Supervisor Plum.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to provide a friendly amendment to the author. Instead of zoomed, can we substitute that for live streamed in addition, which creates no branding issues, perhaps?
I don't hear a second.
No problem with that. I put in Zoom because I believe that it's gone. That's what.
Patty's right there.
That's what Winnebago County uses, so I have no problem with that term amendment.
We just need a second for it then.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Okay, you girls get that? I know there's a lot of things going on.
Live stream?
Live stream.
Live stream.
Stone made the motion. I believe Supervisor Stafford seconded. Supervisor Peschel.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Chairman. Two of my questions have been answered, the price question, and I was going to offer a similar amendment that Mr. Flom offered, so thank you for that. My next amendment is more of a housekeeping element, I believe. So it says that we're kind of renumbering this to be 22.18, but when I look at section 22, it ends at 22.10. So, yeah, so I guess I would ask for another amendment to renumber 22, to make this 22.2, and renumber everything else after that accordingly.
You hear that, Mary Ann?
Yeah, I can certainly. Just to go back before I address you regarding the remote option, there is a specific rule, 9.15. And it says the remote option allows supervisors to attend meetings remotely. The remote option requires the use of a device, application, or combination thereof. The remote option grants supervisors the ability to attend a board or committee meeting as a regular voting member. The remote option requires that the public have equivalent access to remote board members that they would have had if said board member were in physical attendance. The remote option may allow the chair to mute all remote attendees and must allow supervisors the ability to identify themselves, wanting to speak during times that they have the privilege of speaking. Okay, and utilization of a remote option requires that the chair or vice chair of the board or committee be physically present at a location that would be open to the public. So in other words, either Chairman Egan or Vice Chairman Fari would have to be present if we were talking about a county board meeting. So, sorry, just to follow up on that. Now, in regard to 22, or Resolution 02042022, 22.18 is referenced because Supervisor Stafford had a number of additions. Let's look.
And that's 26, correct?
It might have been 26. Is that what you just withdrew?
I did.
You rescinded it. And is that where it went from 22.6? Okay. So,
Even then, the numbering wouldn't be right.
so, and I just want to make sure, because I know there were a number of different sections. So if we take out that, and then we take out, okay, Resolution 25, but what about Resolution 24? That's 22.1. That shouldn't be different. 22.2 is just, well, 20, by adding section 21.2, why? But wait, we're in 22. So yeah, I think, I'm sorry, Supervisor Peschel, you had said you wanted to change the number from 2218 to 2211?
Point 2. And then renumber everything else.
Okay. Okay.
Honestly, the number is irrelevant to me. I
Yeah.
just think that the number that's in the name of the resolution is not appropriate. The previous supervisor has rescinded a resolution that no longer is relevant in this, and frankly shouldn't have been relevant in it in regards to position in the agenda. So, so I think it's just that we just have to find the appropriate number for it to fit in section 22.
Okay.
So if you think
So-
it should be a different number in section 22, I'm open to offering that as my amendment.
Okay, and under section 22, okay, section 22 is related to committee meetings. But again, you're saying, yeah, 22.18 is talking about all meetings, but 22 is referencing committee meetings. But 18.1 is representing, is stating committees, commissions, and boards. Arguably, you could say that it should be 18, because 18 talks about, again, general duties of the county board, committees, commissions, and boards. But again, 22.0, even though it's headed committee meetings, the substance, if you go to 22.1, talks about all committee, board, and commission meetings. So arguably, you know what, I know there's going to be thoughts to eventually revising, but I think just keep it under 22 and perhaps change the title of committee meetings, but we're not there yet. Because again, the gist under 22 is not limited to committee meetings. They're talking about board and commission
Sure.
meetings as well.
So hypothetically, we could just add the wording that's here to 22.1, and that would be sufficient as well, couldn't it? We don't,
Well, but I believe Supervisor Stafford made an amendment to 22.1 later on in the resolutions. Hold on one sec. Because didn't we talk about there was public property?
so I have to ask for a point of order. Is it typical process to utilize, to build a resolution that we're working out based off of a resolution that's later in the meeting and that we haven't approved yet? I mean, to me, that doesn't make any sense. If Mr. Stafford wanted to offer an amendment, again, like he has done, to rescind what he has and to include what may be beneficial from what he's put in, he could do that at this time. But to me, to sit here and to try to not make a motion or an action on an item because it maybe changes the context of it later, doesn't make any sense.
I take your point. It's well taken. We're just going to have to remember that when it comes up again, the numbers that might come up later on are going to be inaccurate. But I'm not finding, yeah, here I am. It is. It's number 23, but that's fine. Your point is well taken, and I think we should just take each resolution
As they come.
as they come.
Okay.
So let's do that.
Sounds like a great action.
Yeah.
So then I guess it sounds like you're not, like you feel like my amendment, actually, I want to ask Mr. Norton here if he would accept my notion of adding the amended wording already of all meetings shall be live streamed or digitally broadcast and recorded, to be accepted as a friendly amendment. Okay. So, and then I guess my next question would be, would you accept that? So there's a, I guess, just adding on to that, would you accept that in renumbering in the order that I suggested? So making it 22.2 and then renumbering everything in that section. So, because we have to, because we don't have an 18 right now, we have to create a number here for it.
Right.
It's part of the action.
So are you addressing that to the chair, who is addressing it to Mr. Norton?
Yes.
I have no problem with that. I kind of looked to Mary Ann here, but I have no
So-
problem with it. But I know that Mr. Stafford's got quite a few in there, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. However they come, that's the way we're going to have to take them.
Right.
Just as they fall.
So Chair Egan, just to make sure that we are all on the same page, the amendment that I believe Supervisor Norton agreed to is that, again, you would create a new 22.2, is that correct? Where you would say, all meetings shall be live streamed or digitally broadcasted and recorded. And then the second sentence or not the second sentence?
I haven't
Gotten to that yet.
I'm not addressing the second sentence.
But it would be 22.2 you're suggesting.
I'm suggesting that we renumber it as 22.2, and then everything else that underneath that would be adjusted appropriately. Looking for a second.
Motion made and seconded. Any other discussion on that? Any other discussion?
What do you?
22 and then numerically on down.
What they're going to do is create a new 22.1 22.2.
Right.
And the current 22.2 would become 22.3.
Right.
The current 22.3 would become 22.4, et cetera.
Correct.
Okay, anything else? Supervisor Gabbard.
I'll pass.
Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are we back on whether we want the Zoom or no?
No,
Right now,
no, that
it's-
was agreed, I thought. There was a friendly amendment that I
Right.
thought Supervisor Norton agreed to substitute the word Zoom for live, or substitute live stream for Zoom.
Ah, that's ridiculous. That's emergency needs only. I'm not addressing the amendment to the amendment.
Supervisor Cox.
I think I've forgotten my question. If you were to take and just take the word Zoom and put quotes around it, leave it at 22.2, it's still going to make changes to everything all the way down to 22.14 because of the various numbers that are going to go in at a later time. And some of this is going to be pulled. You've already asked to pull these other two. So 2504, 2022, and 2604, 2022, both have changes in the same block, which somebody else can get confused reading them. The numbers will change on every line item you have in here.
Supervisor Ellenberger.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. I know there was a friendly amendment for us to vote on, if I'm not mistaken, it says live streamed and broadcasts, right? And then the next question is it necessary to change the numbers? I mean, I get at the end, but can we wait until after the dust settles? And then, because we don't know, like you've said, one of the conflicts is we don't know what's going to be passed or not passed in the next few hours. Can we please wait to change the numbers until the end, or do we have to do that right at this moment? I'm not 1,000% sure, so I'm going to go to you.
I think it's going to be chaotic. I think we have to take each resolution as it comes. And given the fact that now there had been, I guess, an agreed friendly amendment to do the 22.2 and then the live stream, and then assuming that passed, then make the following sections basically sequential. So that's what we should, no, we cannot wait until the end and then put it all together. We have to take one thing at a time. So
I understand with the resolutions. I was just thinking of the numbers. I was just trying to make it simpler for everyone so we don't have to nitpick every single one of them at the end, so until the end.
Yeah.
Okay, nope, that's good, thank you.
Okay, we all understand, clear as mud? Who does? Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just like to ask Mary Ann, if this remained as 2218, would it not be placed in between 22.1 and 22.2? Because if that is the case, this is a lot of talk about nothing.
It would not make sense to have 22.1, 22.18, and then 22.2.
Well, we already have a 22.1 and a 22.10. At the end of the 22s, it's 22.10.
Right.
And we have a 22.1.
Right,
At the
but
top
there's
of it.
22.1 and 22.10 are different sections. 22.1 talks about all committee, board, and commission meetings shall be held in the county courthouse or on public property if possible. 22.10 says any committee by majority vote may elect new officers after 1 year or when a vacancy exists.
I understand that they're different, but they're both under committee meetings, and essentially the numbering is 22.1 and 22.10. So would 22.18 not have its own place?
You're suggesting 22.18
The number that's
should
as
be-
proposed is 22.18. Would it not have its own place to fit in here?
Not if you're trying to put it between 22.1 and 22.2.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's there. If it's at the bottom behind 22.10, we're not changing everything, and it's going to be easier going forward. That's my point. That's my point.
I see, okay. But
Do we need to change the numbers?
I believe to avoid confusion, you should. I know it would make it more difficult, but if you go from 22.10 and jump to 22.18, you're missing a group. Now, you could say, well, if there are new rules that come in, we can put it under there. I mean, it's your decision, but I think there's something to be said for some order.
And what would you?
What would I
your
do?
suggestion be? Because if we have something that could clear this up and end this simply, I think we all would appreciate that.
Well, if you don't want to have to renumber, maybe you should make 22.18 22.11.
Bingo. Friendly amendment? Do I have a second? Thank you.
Supervisor Peschel. Okay, we're good on everything now?
I guess so.
Right. As amendment. So we'll be voting on 02-04-2022, amended section 22, committee meetings of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors by adding section 22.18 as amended. I'm going to try all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Oh, she started already. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. I guess you're going to have to vote on your machines. I didn't know she had started it. That's okay. Karen, we need your vote yet. Karen's voted. We're voting on 02-04-2022. We're voting on the amendment on the committee rule right here, this one here, the one I just read. In the section 22, committee meetings of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors by adding section 22.18 with the friendly amendments. 2211. Right. And it's passed. Number 3, 04-2022, limit consecutive terms for the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors to serve on Winnebago County committees. Supervisor Depperding.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to approve Resolution 03-04-2022.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Any discussion? Supervisor Eisen. Supervisor Eisen?
Yes, I asked to talk about the last resolution, number 02. Because it's ridiculous to continue this pandemic emergency measures.
That's already been voted on, and we're moved on to number 3.
Well, that's what I was asked to speak about.
Okay. Supervisor Powers.
Yeah, I'm going to vote no on this. I can see sort of where it's coming from, but there are committees that depend on long-term members to keep some continuity and keep things going, and I would vote no on this. Thank you.
Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for the Corporate Council. How can this board restrict or regulate a future board? Because if I understand this correctly, this really won't take effect until a supervisor's been here for 8 more years, is on the same committee for 8 more years, and won't take effect until the organizational meeting of April of 2030. And if that is the case, then any county board member or any county board in general could change that rule at any point in time. So that's my question. Why are we making this kind of mute to me is how can we, I don't know how you call it, a future board, how can we, when we don't have any control over that?
Future boards, when a future board comes in, it could rescind this. There's no question about that.
So I guess I get the intent of my colleagues, but like I say, I'm going to say again, this won't take effect until 2030 because it's going to take 8 years for someone to be there. So I don't see why the point of it.
Supervisor Fari.
Mr. Norton's point is well taken. Our responsibility is to adopt rules for this board for this term. So your point is well taken. We should only be addressing rule changes to affect this term, not future terms. Thank you.
Supervisor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to hear some objections first before I chimed in here, but this was one of those things where it was pretty clear that there has been some supervisors that have been on the board for a very long period of time, and they kind of became, I would say, comfortably ensconced in their position. And they were, at previous committee on committees, there has been certain preferences made on who should be on what. And in this particular case, I mean, the Winnebago County, we do have a lot of things that we cover. There's a lot of things that the county covers in regards to like land conservation, in regards to garbage and recycling, in regards to the county jail. And then there's human services and our, in regards to health as well, county health. So in this particular case, we are keeping these supervisors in constant rotation for us to address all of the different things that the county does. And I feel that is important so that we are in that constant rotation instead of just simply being comfortably ensconced into one single area and just remain as is. So this resolution encourages that rotation. And so I just ask the board to agree with me and to vote this in.
Supervisor Bender.
I guess I would just say, like jurisdiction and public safety, they only have 1 member coming back. Out of 5 members, there's 1 member. Now, if that would be his 8th year, they'd have absolutely not 1 member on that committee that would know what went on in the past 2 years. We have committees on committees that can assign any one of us to any committee. It's their choice to put me wherever they want to put me. They basically use your talent that you have and try to fit you in a committee where you're going to do the most good. I've been on land and water, and I'm on the board of trustees for the Oshkosh Fox Cities campus. I'm the only trustee coming. I don't know if I'm coming back. That's up to John. There may be none of us coming back. We're trying to pass a cafeteria for $4 million. I've been on that board or a commission for 4 years. I've met with the architect. I met with the engineers. I'm the only one left on this county board that has that knowledge. So if you want to take me off of that, well, that's fine. Then we'll start all over, and we'll have no inside information on that. And the knowledge that basically I gained over those 2 years, I won't be able to pass on to the committees, because I won't be a part of that committee anymore. I think that's why we have committees on committees, to decide where we should go and what we should do. And that's why they're there to appoint us to where they think we'll do the best. So I definitely will not support it. And just for reference, there's not one committee that doesn't have at least one opening. Most have 2 or 3 openings.
Supervisor Eisen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to second the speech from Supervisor Binder. This one to limit the number of terms on a committee. I have been on the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee for 6 terms. That's 12 years. Okay. I am the only remaining supervisor on the county board that could service the history and the experience and the breadth of dealings with all the different department heads that come to this committee of jurisdiction. It would be a travesty to take my knowledge and experience from that committee, but you want to do it. Just like you want to do all those other rules. I oppose this. I'm just going to let you have your fun in the debating society.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 comments. The first is, just a clarification. I know Supervisor Binder mentioned boards and commissions, or at least boards. And I believe this is just committees. This wouldn't include boards or commissions. That would be separate. And the second point is, I believe that's in part some of the logic behind having this go out beyond immediately today. So there is time to plan. I know we hate to use the word business here, but in most businesses, they have succession planning. And there is no guarantee that supervisor, like using Supervisor Eisen as an example, that he wouldn't have got reelected. What would have happened then? Same thing. I believe that this actually helps with the planning, so we can do a little succession plan. So we should be cycling people in. It's actually not healthy to have someone sit on the same committee for 16, 20, whatever years. We should be actively grooming people to go from one committee to the next. That's actually how you get good growth. So I would suggest that this is a really good way of helping with that process. And we're talking 8 years, for goodness sake. You know, we can do that process. So, thank you.
Supervisor Christopherson.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I would like to agree with Supervisor Stafford in the succession plan. I think it's obviously essential for us to have multiple perspectives coming through each committee. And I'd like to echo the statements actually from a previous discussion on the rules with the timing. If you were not to be appointed to a committee, does not mean you can still show up to that committee in the future and still come to the public comment and instill us with your knowledge and history. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to tread over the ground that the previous 2 speakers just went on. I'm going to make this short and sweet. We keep hearing reference to this year. This is a historic year. This is a historic turnover. Almost half of the board went away. We lost, I think it was said, 180 years of experience. What about years where only 1 or 2 new members are put on here? And we have, and they can't get on a board or committee because everybody's ensconced in their positions. I understand the intent behind this, and it's not an attack on anybody. It's actually to create a more well-rounded supervisor who's here for a long time. If you serve for 20 years, you're going to end up serving on at least 6 different commissions, because you're going to rotate off after that 8 years. So you're going to have bang, bang, bang. Then you're going to know more about what you're voting on from every committee that comes in. So I understand the intent behind this, and that's why I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Harrison.
I think change is good. I mean, you know, in my business too, after a certain period of time, I've got lots of experience. I left and went on, but I've trained other people. And I think it's time our community, when I was out doing my election, a lot of people say, oh, they've been there forever. We don't even vote for them. We don't do this. We don't do that. But the fresh change got people excited this year. I thought they were more excited about seeing different things happening, more names going out there, more people with ideas. And I think if you're a supervisor and you've been here for X number of years, it's time you could go on as a citizen, I would think. I mean, just, you're not a supervisor, Marty, so your experience could be carried on as a citizen, like I did for the Human Services. But you can still continue it, but you got to groom younger people. You got to get different, fresh ideas. You know, in another 30 years, this group is going to be all changed again. And we can sit here and talk about have more experience. We respect that, and we want that. So come back as a citizen part of it. But I think it's great to turn and get fresh ideas. And when you have this many change, there is kind of a note out there that it's time for maybe new blood. It really is. And I vote for this as a great idea. I think it should be. And I know a lot of us that have been around and getting ready to retire, you keep saying you don't want to, you don't want to, you don't want to. But then there comes a point where, you know, let the young kids, let the other people take care of it. And it takes a while to, and it's pride. You've been doing it for years. But I think it's a good time to look for fresh blood and keep our experience as a citizen. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Supervisor Bender.
I guess my concern, maybe it should have been 4 terms then, because somebody gets appointed after the first year, he can only serve then basically 6 more years, because the next appointment, if they put him on there, he'll be on there 9 years. So that's why this probably all should have went to a committee, and they should have basically looked into, you know, you can't get 8 years. If half of us, I can guarantee you, some of us won't make our full 2-year term. So basically, if you only serve half your term, you're going to appoint somebody to that committee. So basically, the person you commit is either going to serve 9 years or he's going to serve 7 years, because he's not going to be able to serve 8 years, because you have to start like we're starting at the beginning of the term. You know, none of this stuff is thought out. It's just like we're going to throw this together at the last minute, and we're going to basically do a half of a job, because we're not going to take the time to look through all the things that really need to be basically addressed. I think it's another one of those things, we're going to rush it through, do a half a job, and you're going to get 7 years or 9 years, or if you happen to start like us on the beginning of the cycle, you'll get 8 years. So either you have to make it basically 4 terms, and then basically he's going to get 7 years or 8 years. You know, there's no easy way, because somebody could basically, after 15 months, how many supervisors did we lose on the last board? Well, you appoint them, and you're not going to get 8 years. So the whole thing cannot really work out for everybody. It's not thought out properly, and I just think we're rushing stuff through.
Thank you. Supervisor Peschel.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to initiate, or not initiate, I want to acknowledge that I've been on the county board for almost 4 hours, and I'm still excited to serve as much as I was when I was first elected. And I think it's really interesting to look at our committee. The level of expertise that we bring to committees provides us the opportunity to become experts, not just in one area where we might serve for several years. That's one level of expertise, but then there's the level of becoming an expert in that. And I think that's what every single one of us, no matter what our age is, and no matter what term we've just begun, we have that opportunity by passing something like this. Is it allows us to become a more diverse board and allows us to become experts in things that I might not want anything to do with, but I say, as being a well-rounded board member, I might be really interested in serving on information systems, which, by the way, I know nothing about, and I'm more than willing to serve on and become an expert in it. And I think that should be the mindset that we provide our citizens when we say that we're willing to serve and represent them on committees, is that we're willing to become an expert no matter where we sit and how long we sit there. But I believe that this level of term limits allows for that diversity of thought and expertise to be created and not just to be held in one or two or a collection of elected officials. That should be shared across the board, and we should be willing to change even less than every 4 terms than that to make that happen. So it's a pleasure to do this, and it's a pleasure to learn every aspect of what makes this county tick. And I would encourage everyone else to take on that mindset. So thank you for your time, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Haran? Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Brent. Can't hear. Kay Haran, thank you so much. I want to say 2 things. I have walked into this room, and those of you who have been sitting on this board for so many years have been warm and gracious and informative. I can't believe that if I were on one of your committees that you had experience on, that you wouldn't come and inform me about what I was going to look forward to. It's warm in here. There are people who are willing to learn and people who are willing to teach. And that is precious. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chairman Fari?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Deffring, I need a clarification, and I'm reading on line 17. It says, whether appointed or elected shall be limited to 4 full terms. In other words, that would be 8 years, serving on a committee starting April 19th, 2022. So that is not retroactive. You're not saying those of us who have served over 8 years prior to tonight's meeting are affected by this resolution. You're saying going forward, not in the past. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Supervisor Flom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The way I see this resolution is that it helps future-proof our county government by providing an opportunity to create more expertise as time goes on. I'm 24 years old. There are people who have served on committees in this room almost as long as I've been alive. And I want to learn as much as possible from these people. I want to learn what Supervisor Binder has to say about the UW extension system. I want to learn what Supervisor Eisen has to say about JPS. I want to learn about these things, and eventually I want to be in a position where I can teach the same thing. So in order to do that, I think it's great to create this cycle of creating expertise on different items. And in effect, future-proofing the county if, God forbid, one of us, something happened or we weren't able to serve on the committee anymore, or, we lost our reelection or what have you. So I support this for that reason. I don't think this is targeting the older members of the more experienced members of the board. I think this is about creating a more well-rounded supervisor and future-proofing our county. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. Supervisor Wise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple things. I see that I don't like what I see here. This is becoming a we versus them discussion. I don't like this at all, guys. I'm sorry. Second thing, really 3 things, I guess. Second thing is that if this thing is going to start April 19th, 2022, we are now making regulations for the next boards coming on board here, and that's just not good. Third thing, are we doing this for ourselves or are we doing this for our constituents? Does this mean that the people that we represent, that we voted, that voted us in, he said he's doing a good job or she's doing a good job on this committee, now all of a sudden they can't serve any longer? because they've been doing a good job for eight years. Just, this is really bothering me. I don't know what more can be said about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Cox.
I see in the resolution heading limited consecutive terms. I don't see that in line 17 where it should say consecutive terms. And then I would like to say that if a person had a break in time by one year and left the committee and came back to the committee, he should be able to start up another consecutive period of time of 4 years. So I think a little change in wording, or at least add the consecutive in the line that it's supposed to be in, all right? And allow a little drift in whether or not an individual can be on a committee for 8 years or 16 years or whatever, and not lose the value of that experience and that knowledge that is going with that committee. Now, you're going to put 4 people on the committee or 3 people on the committee besides the individual that has all the knowledge. Or maybe you have more knowledge in 3 people on that committee. Who knows? But we turn over our entire group every 2 years at some point. Every 2 years it changes. And our entire board loses some level of that experience, and that has to bother everybody. So we do need to have some way of packing the experience and keeping the experience here. That's one way to do it. This resolution is one way to do it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Supervisor Depperding?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Supervisor Cox does raise a good point. If he's willing to, I'd be willing to put in the word consecutive between the word full and terms on line 17. If somebody wants to make a friendly amendment, or maybe I can make one. Yeah, I'll make the friendly amendment to my proposal.
Pardon? Could this be a correction, I was told up here, so.
Correction?
I wanted to just
Okay.
make a correction.
Okay. That is all.
Okay, not seeing any other lights. A motion was made and seconded to pass 3042-2022 with the correction. Do you want to still go by machine, or do you want to go by voice? Okay. Sue's just smiling when you say that. She's got to type all that out. A if you're for it, and A if you're against. I never say abstain because I was always taught abstain means same as a no vote, so. Who we got left? Mary Beth? Oh, I'm sorry. And he's having problems there.
Okay, do you want to tell me what your vote is? I can put it in for you.
There he goes.
Oh.
And that passed 21 to 13, as you all see, and 2 abstained. Resolution number 404/2022, amend section 1.1, time and meeting place, the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Stafford.
I move for the approval of resolution 04042022.
Made and seconded. Any discussion? Supervisor Peschel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak. I guess my question here, does suitable mean accessible? In that term of it being a suitable location would be accessible to all people of all abilities.
Yes, so the reason for this is, strictly speaking, as you look at the rules, we wouldn't be able to meet at Sunnyview, as an example, because it very clearly says where we should meet. So this was the attempt to correct that and give us that flexibility if we do need to meet in another venue.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Who? Okay. Not seeing any other discussion, I'm just going to call for voice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Carried. Number 5/04/2022, amend section 2, orientation meeting of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors by adding section 2.16. Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to pass resolution 05/04/2022.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? Supervisor Hintz.
Well, didn't even come up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Being the latest appointed member of this Board of Supervisors just before the election at the end of last year, and I've talked with Sue about this. Things get really fuzzy when you're appointed. We didn't have an orientation. I didn't have all this. It took me, I think, almost 3 months before I got my iPad because I didn't know to go down there and get it and so on and so forth. Some of that could have been my fault, but it was not a fun time. And I talked with Supervisor Stafford about that, and he said, well, when he got on, he ran through similar things where he didn't know what was going on. He was kind of feeling his way through and asking other board members and so on, and other supervisors and so on and so forth. And this was one of them that when I heard that he was working on rule changes, I was like, we've got to get something like this in here so what happened to us doesn't happen again. And that's what this is in here for. And I wholeheartly hope that everybody here supports this, because this is going to help those appointed members who come in midterm hit the ground a little bit more running, because they'll at least have all their ducks in a row. So, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'd like the explanation from Supervisor Stratford, what he means in line 12. Any midterm appointment receives priority placement on a committee assignment. Sometimes these appointments can take a couple months, and committee assignments cannot take that long, and the chairman appoints someone. So I'd like him explain to me why that's in there, please.
Absolutely. So the conversation that we've had previously, I want to make sure that these midterm appointments, as I and John and others have been, we do get a conversation on getting into a committee as soon as possible. The reality is, I had to reach out to prior chair on a weekly basis to say, what can I do? What can I serve? As I saw others take committees. When the person who left my seat in District 10, other current members took her committees. So here I sit. So what I'm saying with this is that if we do have appointments coming in, that we wait until that appointment is in and make sure that person has the ability to go to a committee and not wait and hope that, you know, the county executive can get you on something. So that's the purpose of that intent there.
Well, Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to move to strike the last sentence where it says the chair of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors will be ensured that any midterm appointment receives priority placement on the committee assignment. I'll make that motion, at least try to.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
It's been a second.
We're striking that one?
That's what he says.
That's the proposal.
Discussion, Supervisor Powers on that?
I can't hear you.
You're on. Any discussion on that?
No,
Striking that?
not on striking it, no.
The amendment would be, everything would stay the same if you've got it in front of you, other than the chair of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors will also ensure that any midterm appointment receives priority placement on committee assignment.
You're striking that whole sentence.
That's his motion and second to strike it. Any other discussion? Supervisor Peschel.
Sure, thank you. I'm going to play the role of governmental neophyte here, new person on the board. And I guess from the chair's perspective or a previous chairperson's perspective, what is the perceived process for a midterm appointment, board appointment? How is it perceived and how we would go about appointing that person to a committee? So just trying to understand that process because I understand the definition that's being trying to be brought here, but I guess I'd just like to understand what the historical process has been related to that.
I cannot tell you historically what the previous chairman did. I can tell you what I would probably do,
Okay.
if you'd like to hear that part. I would go ahead and look for the person, whoever comes on in midterm. If it's at all possible to get him or her in some area that they would like, and there's opening on that committee, I would get him in as soon as possible, because there's no sense of committee if it's got an opening to sit there. Now, maybe somebody on health, I'm going to say, ended up leaving, so we needed someone on there, and you said, don't point me to the health because I don't want to be on health. Well, then you might have to wait for a while. But as far as I'm concerned, if someone was off health, then you might go automatically to that health. And I'm just using that for an example. I'm not saying good or bad, but you would automatically get appointed to that spot that that person was going off from.
May I have a follow-up, Chair?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So, so even if we leave this word in or strike this wording, you as the chairman of the board still have the ability to choose to put that person kind of wherever, at the whim of the board, right? They would have to be approved by the board.
Correct.
So, so the real issue here is the prioritizing of getting an appointment with that. It still doesn't maintain that you're going to get the appointment that you want.
Correct.
So,
That's
okay.
it. If I'm understanding what I'm reading here, I don't think Supervisor Stafford thinks that, we'll just say he wanted to get on airport. He might not be able to get on airport. That might be completely full. So he might have to take whatever there's room
Right.
for if he wants to get in on one.
That is what Supervisor Stafford is meaning.
I thought.
Okay, thank you.
So, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things. One, Supervisor Ponzer does not have a screen that looks like mine. He can't ask to speak. He can't make a motion. His lower band is blank. It's just gray. No, it didn't.
He's coming.
And the second thing is just to sort of answer what Supervisor Stafford had said, that people had taken committees that his predecessor had. Committee appointments are not given to districts. They're given to human beings. And when that human being is gone, her boards are up for grabs. It doesn't automatically go to you because you got her seat. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chairman Fari.
I probably should point out some of these openings on the board for a person resigns or for other reasons can no longer serve might take several months before the chairman appoints a person to fill that seat, which is confirmed by the board, obviously, right? So during that interim, and to refer to Supervisor Stafford's point, he obviously had to wait to get appointed to a committee because the person that resigned, the committees they were on were filled. I mean, it's not the intent to leave these committees open for months until we can get somebody appointed. So that's the reason why a person has to wait sometimes to be appointed to a committee. I got a little concerned with the word priority because I think what he's suggesting is if the person resigned and there's an opening, and let's say that opening is on aviation, that seat should be held open so the new person coming in can fill that seat on that committee. And if that is his intent, that simply is not going to work. It's not manageable. I'm done, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Albrecht.
There's been, this is just informational, there's been times on this board years ago when we posted in the paper for 3 months to get somebody and we wouldn't get anybody.
Right. Supervisor Bender.
I was just gonna say what Supervisor Albright said. We had one position, it was probably open 7-8 months. We put it in the paper and nobody applies. There's nobody to interview. So is it really fair to leave that committee open for 7 or 8 months? You have to have 3 people on a committee of 5 to have a quorum. So if 2 of those people are at a convention or happen not to show up, you can't have a meeting. You know, I agree. Everybody should have a fair chance at getting on a committee, but I think there's got to be a time limit that you let that position sit open. You know, I'm on the one committee and we're 1 person short, and for a while we were 2 people short. We had to basically cancel meetings because we didn't have enough basically people on our committee to have a quorum. You know, we have a committee of 7 and right now we only have 6, and at that time we only had basically, I think we had 4 for a while, and you needed 4 for a quorum. Well, I was on vacation, the next month somebody else is on vacation. You know, you have to have a quorum in order to have a meeting. So, you know, we can keep these committees open as long as this county board wants, but then just get used to canceling meetings because you have to have a quorum in order to have a meeting.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it does not say to keep the seat open. Okay, it does not say that. I'm not suggesting that. If I suggested that, I would put that in. What I'm suggesting is priority placement. What I am saying is having some level of onus within the rules that the chair, whomever that is, seeks to fill those committee openings with that person. If there's no committee openings, there is no committee openings, right? I am not saying someone should be kicked off of a committee, but what I am saying is that right now there is no mechanism that really encourages that chair to focus on that within the rules. So that's the only point there, is that someone comes in midterm, I want to make sure that people like John and I feel like we're being supported, we're being trained, and there's an effort to get that person involved. Reading through the lines here, both John and I we didn't feel that way, by the way. I mean, it is what it is. You know, it was even worse for me, I think, because I came in during Zoom time. John was here. But the point is this, is that we feel like there's some onus that needs to be put into the rules to make sure that that person is being supported and felt like that there is some priority of training and getting them involved. That's it.
Supervisor Gabbard.
I'll give you an example of what happened. We lost a supervisor off this board. He passed away, and our aviation committee was down one person. I truly wish Supervisor Stafford had talked to me, because we were wondering when we were going to get somebody. We can go with 4, and we did well with 4, but I thought there's got to be somebody out there that wants to be on aviation. So after he got on, he informed me, and thank you for joining. He said, it took me a long time to get on for the vacancy. And he explained that he had tried and tried and tried. So I'm going to vote for this, because I don't want that to happen to other committees. And we're sitting here tonight, and I can tell you, we have committees that have 4 out of 5 openings. Because I'm assuming I'm going to get on that committee again. And I'm thinking we're going to get fresh blood, and Brian is an asset to our aviation committee. So it didn't work for you, and I feel bad. But I think if this happens again, maybe those of us that have been here go, are you guys interested in being on a committee? Because it works better with 5 than 4 than 3. We were able to survive, but you didn't get appointed that quickly. So I'm going to vote for this, because I think we have to have that onus that we react a little faster to getting people on committees. Thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberger.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick question. When I'm looking at this, I'm listening to Brian and John and their experiences. Is there any way we could look at it a little differently, so that I understand that if somebody, you're trying to fill a vacancy and there's a spot open, to have someone temporarily in there until you fill the board supervisor position, so therefore then give them the opportunity, have a seasoned board supervisor step into that committee until a decision is made with the new supervisor that's filling in midterm, instead of seeing it as it's just prioritizing them. Does that make sense? Am I making sense?
You're making sense,
So
but
I'm trying to flip it around so that it's a more positive thing and not as a negative, that prioritizing and so forth, the way I'm reading the room. So
okay.
Thank you.
I'm just going to say this, taking Mr. Stafford, I think for an example, the reason why they were bringing this up is because they were on the board. They were appointed to the board.
Right.
But they never got to go on to a committee, and that's why he's
Right.
got this. It's nothing about being on the board or whatever. It was
Right.
getting him pointed onto a committee.
I'm just addressing the fact that there is a committee that has a vacancy and it's gone longer than it needs to be, and you need that quorum in order to keep it going. That could a more seasoned person that's already as a supervisor step up until that position is, until the new person that's being appointed has the opportunity to make that decision or not, or can be appointed to that committee. Sorry, I know that sounds kind of odd, but I was on the Board of Education for 12 years, and we had this happen a couple of times where we had a vacancy and we needed it filled because we need to make decisions. So on policy, very important policy. So somebody got on there just to sit on there as a placeholder until that person made the decision when we appointed. Does that make sense?
Kind of.
No.
I just know
Okay.
where these guys were coming from. They didn't get pointed on, and I think that's why they brought this in for this. You made good sense, yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to bring the discussion back to where we're supposed to be right now, which is on the amendment to the amendment, which is removing this last portion of this.
Right.
I think this last section, if somebody's got a problem with the wording on it, I think it could, if they wanted to possibly word it a little bit differently. But I think it's there. It's like Supervisor Stafford said, it's to provide an honest to your position, or who would ever be in your position after this, to actively seek input from the new person to say, hey, what are you interested in? This is what we have open right now. Can't guarantee we're going to get you on it, but we want to find out where we can use you. I mean, I was called out of the blue like middle of the week by Shiloh saying, "Oh, by the way, we can put you on the information services committee." I'm like, "Oh, great. When do they meet?" He's like, "Almost never." I mean, and that was my committee that I got, and I just don't want to see that happen to somebody else, and that's why I think that even if we rework this last line somehow, if it's not sitting well with somebody, it's there for a reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm willing to take out the word that I think Supervisor Farley was also uncomfortable with, the word priority placement. I'm willing to say that everyone should get a community assignment if there's one available. But when I hear priority placement, and when I heard Supervisor Stafford, I heard him, what Supervisor Farley I think heard. Well, I replaced this person, so I should automatically get their committee assignments. No. I'm willing to change it, take out priority. I think everyone should get a community assignment, period. And I'm willing to word it differently there, but that priority placement is what led me to make my amendment, so there. Okay. I don't know if I can do this. He said he'd second it. From the amendment, I'll just take out in the last line the word priority, and I think it would read, the chair of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors will also ensure that any midterm appointment receives a community assignment. I think that's all I have to say. If I have to add to it, that's all I would say you have to add to it.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Motion's made and seconded to go ahead and take out the word priority placement. Otherwise, leave it all in on that last line. Supervisor Harrison, anything on that?
I just had two different words for it, that's all.
Okay.
I was gonna put faster or quicker because it sounded like the response, they wanted to get on a committee, they were already on the supervisor, but the week's gone by. So maybe if you put it quicker, that you could make a choice and get them on quicker. Priority makes it seem like, okay, everybody else wait in line, he's gotta go. That's not what I don't think he meant. He just meant that he would get on a committee, so either faster or quicker, which I'm gonna say, but crossing it out is the same thing, so.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Powers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My screen says that Norton has made a motion to remove line 11, beginning with the chair of the Winnebago County Board. Now he's making another motion just to take out one word. Where are we in this debate and this this motion? What are we removing? Because it was removing everything from the chair of the Winnebago and on.
But they just amended to take out priority placement.
But we wouldn't have to take out priority because he's taking out the whole line anyway.
Yeah, he withdrew that. He withdrew that.
He withdrew that one, Supervisor Powers.
Yeah, but we never voted on the first one, did we?
Nope. Anything else? Supervisor Peschel?
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again, Mr. Chairman. I think just to kind of move us forward here, the crux of what we're trying to do is we're trying to create a better experience for those midterm board member appointments. So to move us forward in this, looking at the amendment that's here, looking at this resolution, does that create a better process? That's what's in front of us right now, and that's really what we're asking. And this, so I would call the question on the amendment that has just been made to remove the priority placement on.
Second. Motion made and seconded to go ahead and call the question on priority placement taken out the last lines there.
Just priority.
Priority, just priority. I'm sorry, just priority. Yes, just priority.
Priority placement on. So you receive a committee assignment.
Correct.
Huh?
Priority placement on.
Yes, sir.
The last man to speak, there's no need to call the question.
Who is?
Mr. Poshell.
Yes. He called the question, though.
Yeah, but there's nobody else wanting to speak.
But you,
There's no need to
so,
call the question.
you're right. Okay. Anything else, Supervisor Eisen? All right. If there's no other discussion, then we'll go ahead and we can vote on this then. Right. Right. To call the question. So we're voting now to call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Nay. Carried. Now we're back to the original with the word priority taken out. Priority placement. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. I know, okay. It's what they're writing here, I guess. Are we ready to vote on this? You want to go on the machine or just? Okay, machine, they say. Supervisor Eisen? There you go. And it passed. Number 604-2022. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, I'm sorry. Got to vote on the resolution now. Pushing along here. All right, on the resolution now, taking out priority placement. So everybody got that now? Yes. Okay, that's what we're voting on. And that passed. Item 604-2022, amend section 6.1, order of business of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Stafford.
I move for the approval of Resolution 0604-2022.
I second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm absolutely against this. We've had times when we have honored a supervisor who served less than a term with a plaque and the whole bit. We have employees who've worked 30, 40, 45 years. It doesn't matter if there are 4 or 5 or 6, they deserve to have their name read and a little biography, which they are never very long, about what they have done for our county. So I am completely against limiting these courtesy resolutions to 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Robinson.
No, I take me off. I want some.
Okay.
Point of order.
Yes, Supervisor Peschel.
Thank you. Before we go further on, can we please define what accommodation is, please?
Mary Beth, or Mary Ann, you want to tell them? So they have the exact
What
wording.
does
I could
accommodation
tell them what
mean?
I think it is, but.
Yes, testing, yeah. Commendations are basically applauding an employee for their years of dedicated service. And during some board meetings, there could be more than 3 separate commendations read. Maybe there could be up to 5.
Sometimes.
Okay, and so, and Supervisor Stafford believes sometimes more. So I think the intent of this was to essentially limit the commendations as opposed to spending 15 minutes or whatever doing commendations, limiting it to 3, and then if there were any commendations that didn't get addressed at, let's say, that meeting, they would be followed up at the following meeting. It's not to take away a commendation from someone. It's basically just to limit the number to a board meeting. Mhm.
Supervisor Dowling?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to address, as a citizen watching the last meetings since May, consecutively, this was just to expedite things. It has nothing to do with not recognizing people. It's just limiting the amount of time that we spend each meeting doing so. Thank you.
Supervisor Buck?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to agree with some of the same sentiment that Supervisor Powers in her remarks. We heard from a gentleman in the back. Our county employees are most valuable folks, and we should honor them. And if it's too much to a 5-minute commendation, I understand that maybe moving it back a meeting, but we're addressing, a few words here tonight for the last 4 hours. So if it wouldn't be too much to, spend a couple minutes, extra minutes at a county board meeting to honor those county board or those county employees, I don't think that's too much to ask, and I will be voting no on this. Thank you.
Supervisor Norton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to take the opportunity, if the Corporate Council lets me, in line G, I would like to change it, instead of reports of committees, commissions, and boards, to reports from county board supervisors. And if someone seconds it, I'll explain that. I think any county board supervisor who wants to give a little short report at the meeting should do it. I don't think they has to be tied to the commission or a committee or board they're on. It's been somewhat maybe abused a little bit. That's wrong, not abused, but I think we shouldn't limit if any one of 36 of us want to say something at the beginning of the meeting. That this allows it, and instead of going through the thing of it has to be on a committee, commissioner board, well, let's say reports from county board supervisors. That's why my simple little amendment.
Vice Chairman Fari?
I wish to speak on the original motion, please. Not the amendment.
Vice Chairman Gabbard?
I want to speak on the original one also.
Supervisor Cox?
On the original amendment, where you have accommodations for a max of 3 per, we don't know how many people in a given month are going to retire or leave. And you don't just drop, say you've got 6 of them and you can only do 3. You don't just drop 3 of them off and wait a month to take care of it. It doesn't take that long. I really won't be voting for this.
Anyone else? Okay. Come on, this spot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would, can we just make a friendly amendment to drop off the 3 per meeting?
We have an amendment already on the floor, so. Call the motion made and second for the previous there, the amendment that was made. You got it already? No, they all want to go on the regular one.
Did he make an amendment?
Pardon?
The amendment is to have county board supervisors.
County Board Supervisors, right. from any county board supervisors. So, no more on that. Ari didn't want to speak on that. So, all in favor of that signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Fails. Okay, you can vote. All voted? Are you all voted on this? They want a roll call vote here, so. They called for a roll call, so. Betsy and Jim? Okay, so that lost. So we're back on the original. Okay. Vice Chairman Farray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to somewhat mimic Supervisor Powers' comments. I think we, as a board, recognize the service of our employees. And I realize that sometimes you can have more than 3. You know, that might happen maybe once a year, maybe twice, but infrequently. But I don't think it's necessary to amend the rules simply because we have to take another 10 minutes to recognize those employees. So I'm certainly not going to support this resolution, and I would encourage all of you not to also. Thank you.
Supervisor Peschel.
You guys will have to forgive me, I enjoy this way too much, so I'm going to offer an amendment to strike must be read consecutively with maximum of 3 per meeting, and just keep and move commendation to being right after accounts.
Second. You need to repeat
I mean,
that. I didn't hear
I've been
all.
asked to repeat it,
Please.
so I'm going to try to
Speak in
clarify
your
how I
mic
say
if
it.
you would.
All I want to stay is the word commendations, and I want to move that word to come after accounts.
You're striking et cetera, not
Yep.
everything after conversation.
Yep. Well, and
What's
so
he saying,
striking,
Mike?
et cetera can stay, but keep commendations before et cetera, and strike must be read consecutively with a maximum of 3 per meeting.
Okay, yeah.
Motion has been made and motion's been made and seconded.
Right. Before I do the amendment.
Supervisor Dowling.
Someone just called the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Question has been called. Sorry about that.
That's okay, I can wait.
All right. The question has been called on going from on letter F from communication, and then going right down to consecutively. Am I correct? That's where you want it to go, Supervisor Peschel?
Sure, this is how I would like it to be read.
Okay.
So line F would read, communications, petitions, memorials, accounts, commendations, etc.
Any other discussion on that? Not seeing any on that. Gotta remember, our clerks are up here writing all of this in. Yes. Okay, we can vote on it right now. Okay, if you're in favor of it, vote yea. If you're not, vote nay. Right, this is on call the question. Right.
Oh, I thought this was.
No. Right.
Not a call for question.
Right.
Because they're voting on the amendment.
We can do it that way. We'll do a voice on the question and then go back and vote this on the other here. All those in favor of the amendments signify by saying aye. Call the question, I'm sorry. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Now we're back on the amendment. This will be the amendment now.
Are we voting on resolution 6 now? Because I think my screen still says that we're voting.
Amendment.
Okay, yeah.
And that passes. Now we'll go back on the resolution as amended. Any other discussion on the resolution as amended? I'm going to see if they want to just do a roll call. Should we just do a voicemail? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Number 704, 2022, amend section 6.2 order of business of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Stafford.
I move to approval of resolution 07042022.
Here's a second, I think. Seconded. Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Not seeing any discussion. I'm going to just go ahead and do a voice. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Item 804, 2022, amend section 6.3, order of business of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Stafford.
I am sorry, Chair. Chair, I am,
Number 8.
we're on 07.
We're on 8.
Sorry, I was talking. Well, you did.
Here we go, 08.
Okay, I call for the approval of resolution 08042022.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Supervisor Norton.
Thank you. Am I understanding this that every board commission will have 5 days to get their minutes or any reports, and we get it within 5 days? Because I know I believe some committees and boards don't approve of their minutes until the following meeting, and you shouldn't really post those until they are official. I'm just getting some clarification on that.
Did you want to answer that, Supervisor Stafford?
Yes. we can clarify that. That's a good point. We can clarify that once those have been approved. The issue that we have is that we have several commissions specifically that go months and months and months without any sort of communication on what they're doing. They're in this black hole. So we need to fix that. So I am good with saying once those have been approved, if we want to make that, if I can make that addition.
Yes, you can. I have an additional question for him. Does that mean that no matter what, every one of us would get these reports, like some committees and boards do, or as Sue, you can correct me if I'm wrong, you can now ask for the minutes specifically in the agendas? I mean, I'm just trying to say, is it going to make sure everyone gets this, or we're going to have to ask for this? That's what I'm trying to clarify for you in your office. That's what
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Do you mean the minutes of every committee meeting, or do you just mean a report from a committee to the board?
We're talking minutes, what actually is happening in these meetings.
So the actual minutes from the committees?
Correct, that's what we're requesting.
Because there was another point in the rules where I thought it gave a 10-day to file in our office. I mean, that's fine. I just don't know how some of those departments they'll have to make some adjustments to that, or the secretaries of those committees will have to get them done, so.
Right. And that's not 5 days, it's 5 business days, which is different, right? So that would be a week in a calendar.
It's required by statutes, it's a 10-day. So statute on 22.5, right, Mike? It's a statutory requirement that you do 10 days for committee minutes. So I don't know how this would affect that.
That's my.
I don't know, I think she's looking at 22.5 amended.
I can.
Wonderful.
Well, she's looking up 22.5. I'm going to call on Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fear that this resolution does not do justice to the process of approving and publishing the minutes. The fact of the matter is, if a committee meets and minutes are taken, those minutes are not official until they are approved by the committee. And in most instances, committees meet once a month. So you're not going to get any minutes until the next month. Now, if you impose upon the committee, to the department, to publish the minutes that are not approved, what's the sense? I think that the maker of this motion should withdraw it. The second should withdraw it, because this is setting up an impossible Herculean task that this ad hoc committee of supervisors should probably be in a committee of the whole, so we can all throw darts back and forth. But I oppose this because it's not workable.
Supervisor Stafford?
Looks like we actually haven't followed the rules that are already in the books. I didn't see this rule. It actually does state that we need to be publishing these 10 days prior, or 10 days after. We're not doing that now in all our committees. So I'm going to withdraw, and we'll be looking at making sure, I'll be looking at recourse, make sure that we do this on a consistent basis for the people that we serve.
I got nothing.
So I'm pulling it. Yes.
That one has been pulled.
Oh,
Do you want to look at it?
I'm good. I actually have that in there. I just missed it. So did she.
Looks like it cleared everybody off. Next is 9. So 8 has been pulled. So next will be 0904-2022, amend section 6.5, order of business of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Stafford.
Mr. Chair, I move to pass Resolution 0904-2022.
And seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my opinion that this is a Pecan question change. You're going to go from shall to may. What difference does it make? The intent of this rule is that this shall be done, take place, that the board shall not take any formal action. What's the sense of saying may? I think that the supervisor who from District 10 should withdraw that.
Supervisor Defferting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The difference between shall and may is that may means that it's optional. Shall means there is no option. That's all I have. Thank you.
And since that question was directed to me, thank you, Supervisor Defferting. And that is the purpose of that, is that right now it says that you must. There is a difference between that, and it's a big difference. So.
Thank you. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the concern raised by Supervisor Eisen is quite valid. If a discussion is brought up, and this basically says, if a member of the public raises a subject that does not appear on the meeting agenda, however, no substantive discussion of that subject may take place by the board. The wording we have now is correct. Shall not take place. You cannot discuss anything brought up by the public until the next meeting. It must be placed on the agenda. That's a requirement of Chapter 19. So there is no discretion for the board. I mean, we can't take up and start discussing comments from the public without properly noticing it. So I would urge you once again to vote this down.
Not seeing any other ones that wish to speak. Well, Mary Ann, Corporate Counsel.
The concern that I see with some of this language is that you could have an illegal action. Anything that is going to be discussed has to be on the agenda.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's not on the agenda, then it cannot be discussed. Because if it is discussed, then you're going to have an open meetings violation. So when you have any, if you go on to the second May, any extensive deliberation regarding that subject may be deferred, it would have to be deferred. It shall be deferred to a later meeting, because you cannot have wiggle room, because then you'd be violating
I see it.
open meetings. Open meetings. Okay.
Yep.
Supervisor Stafford, I see you shaking your head. Are you going to withdraw this or not?
I am going to withdraw this one.
Okay. Number 9 has been withdrawn. Number 10, 04, 2022, amend section 7.1, handling resolutions and ordinances of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Stafford.
I move for the approval of resolution 10-042022.
Motion's made and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Supervisor Flom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a good resolution just because this could be helpful for newer members for brief background statements about ordinances and changes to county law. I think it would be very helpful to try to get new supervisors up to speed and on the learning curve, and I would appreciate it if it is included in the rules and adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My observation of this resolution is that it's superfluous. Number 1, Rule 7.5 addresses fiscal notes. It's been the experience of this board that when a fiscal question comes to the board, there is a fiscal note related to that item. So fiscal and resources impact, that's out of question. Resolutions typically come from a committee, and the committee scrutinizes those issues that are presented to the board. So there's no real reason to amend the handling of the resolutions. I would suggest that it be withdrawn for the sake of the maker and the board. It's 11 o'clock.
Supervisor Schellender.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to ask a couple questions about the last 3 words, or a couple of words with one supervisor sponsor. And I'm trying to understand a little bit, because my experience on the aviation committee is generally that staff is bringing recommendations to the committee. And so I'd like to understand a little bit in those situations how and when a supervisor sponsor gets attached to the sorts of resolutions that department heads are generally bringing to committees.
Right. So with this one, I would suggest that the reason for this one is to make sure that we have visibility with who is developing this resolution. In your case, talking about a committee, I would recommend that we, give me 1 second. I'd recommend that we strike that. I want to make a correction on this one, and we strike that with with at least one supervisor sponsor.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my concern is the wording with a brief background statement and rationale of why the board considered action. I guess if I was going to present a resolution, if I didn't have that, I think the Corporation Council would ask me for that, because why would you have a be resolved clause if you don't have the reason why you're doing it? And that doesn't really make sense to me. Somebody explain that. That's why I guess I the need for this resolution.
Because we have. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I?
Huh? I think if someone said to me, we have those already in the resolution, so why do you have to do it separate? That's my rationale for probably full.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'm going to go back to my Plan Commission days because everything that came before us on the Plan Commission had a quite lengthy overview of what was going on because they wanted to make sure that all the Plan Commissioners were up to speed on possibly what section of the city ordinance is or what portion of the zoning or whatnot it was attributed to. And these definitions and these explanations, don't even think about it for us. Think about it for the people, for John Q. Public, the people who are going and looking at our agendas online. They have no idea when they look at a resolution what it's about. This way we can actually tell, they can look at it and say, oh, yeah, okay, that's about the dog park that we're going to get built, that they've been trying to build for years. They know that, bang, done. It's right there in the description. It helps the people who aren't in the know, the people who are serving. And as Supervisor Flom said, it helps newer members, but it also helps members who maybe haven't served on that committee before, who have no idea about the inner workings and what that resolution entails fully, and it helps bring them up to speed in a few brief words. We're not asking. I don't believe this is asking for a page and a half description. It's asking for a brief background statement, rationale of why the board should consider action, and the impact. It's not asking for a big history of it. It's just asking for an explanation to help make things clearer for everybody, which I think we should all be in favor of. I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Supervisor Bender?
My question would be for you, Mr. Chairman. We're a third of the way through the resolutions. How long are you planning on having this meeting tonight, and can we basically come back on Friday? And we have to have 24-hour notice in order to, but I don't think nobody wants to stay here till 4 o'clock in the morning. I know I got appointments tomorrow that I need to be at, and we have 20 resolutions after this one to go. I don't really think that we're gonna get this all done tonight.
Well, it's up to the board what they want to do. It's our ordinance for, pardon? So, I don't know. Can anything be done? See, a lot of these county board meeting next Tuesday already, so if you're going to have any of these rules followed by. So, keep going. Right now we're asking on this. No, he did not. He asked. I am asking corporate counsel a question. Thank you, Supervisor Schul. Okay. Well, the majority that I see out here are asking to keep going. So as of right now, I'm going to keep going until I hear otherwise. So Supervisor Powers, did you have something?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering, what's the financial implication of meeting past midnight? What's the financial implication of taking this meeting past midnight?
You'll probably get paid for 2 days.
That's what I was thinking.
So, Supervisor Dowling.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Second.
Pull some of these through them quick, Brian. I think we go through the panel and find ones you can get along without. Maybe I can just see if they want to vote that way. Point of order.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe Mr. Stafford suggested that he wanted to amend the resolution to removing and with at least one supervisor sponsor. So I offer that up just so that we understand that the author has amended
resolution to read that. I believe they have that already. They have that. Thank you. Question?
You're going to take off the supervisor in the end?
Yes.
Okay.
Ready?
Brian?
I did.
We don't have
I did
to
a,
vote on that. We're just voting on resolution 10.
The question. Calling the question right now. All those in favor of calling the question signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. All right, the question has been called. We're on resolution 10.04, 2022. Right, does Mr. Cox have something he'd like to say? Okay. Okay.
Supervisor, sponsor.
So it's just period after impact.
Correct.
So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Nay. Voting on 10.04, 2022. 10, right. Now we're on 11.
Mr. Chairman, motion to recess for 15 minutes.
Okay, we'll have a 15-minute recess. It's 11:08, 11:15, we'll be back in here.
10 minutes? Sure, 10 minutes. Let's do it.
11:15.
Come on, guys. Motivate.
The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly.
Okay, number 11, 04, 2022, amend section 7, handling resolutions and ordinance of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors by adding section 7.3 and changing section numbers thereafter, formally 7.3, 7.4, 7.5, 7.6, and 7.7 to correctly correspond with the new numbering. Supervisor Stafford. Someone's pulled. Number 12, amend section 8.3, written agenda of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Stafford.
I move to approve resolution 1204-2022. Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure this means that from now on, all county stuff will be coming to us electronically, no more mail, no more stale mail, is that correct?
No. It says that it gives us the opportunity to use other ways to distribute information. Right now, they have to mail. This would give them the ability to, in addition to sending via mail, other means.
Any other questions? Let's see, you don't show up now, but. Okay, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're up here.
I offer the amendment to insert the word mailed, shall be sent or mailed or made available electronically. I want the word mailed put in there to ensure that we continue to have that option. Thank you. As a friendly amendment? Okay, thank you. I might add, sir, that language follows through on the following amendment, resolution too, so just an observation.
Okay, a friendly amendment has been just to add the words mail also on there. Anyone else wishing to speak? Supervisor Eisen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my opinion that this is superfluous. And the reason is when you got email or you got a snail mail, what's the difference? It says mail, it can imply email. There's no need to change this. I would suggest that the maker withdraw it for the sake of his peers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe the real indication here would be if it is posted electronically, it's almost instantaneous via obviously whatever means we have as our file storage system versus the mail system, which again, we're not arguing that to remove the mail process if you do want it to still be mailed or that it's still required for them to mail it, but it gives us another opportunity and another option to access these files instead of these large packets like we have received for today. Thank you.
No other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. There was no amendment, he made it as a friendly amendment. 13.04, 2022, amend section 8.4, written agenda of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Stafford.
I move for the approval of resolution 13-04-2022.
And it has been seconded. Any discussion? Yes, sir.
There's a friendly amendment to include mail.
Okay. Supervisor Plum.
I would offer a friendly amendment to Supervisor Stafford to say mailed or posted instead of sent or posted, because sent implies mailed. We can say mailed or posted, denoting both physical mail and electronic mail. I'm looking for a second for a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Motion made and seconded to add mailed or posted. Is that a friendly? I know that the one is saying yes, it's a friendly, and the other one, he made it over here. So. Okay. Okay. It's a friendly amendment, so then words are added. Supervisor Eisen.
Yeah. We have email, and if there is a communication that's needed, it's being sent out. We don't need a change to change what we're doing. We're doing it. Superfluous. Wasting our time.
Supervisor Ellenberger.
A legal question. Does mail and email mean the same? Thank you.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Carried. 14.04/2022, amend section 8.6, written agenda for the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Stafford.
I move the approval of
Made and seconded. Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wondering what made available means. Does that mean they have to come pick it up themselves? What do you mean it's going to be sent to them, or it's going to be made available? How do you make it available to them?
Yep. Made available is actually, this is language from several other county board rules where it gives the ability to offer different means to distribute that information and post it.
That doesn't really answer my question. So they're actually going to have it physically put in their hands, or they have to come get it because it's available if they come and get it themselves?
They can access it electronically, posted.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, Supervisor Stafford, I will request by amendment or friendly amendment that the word mailed be put in there.
I will accept that friendly amendment of removing sent and in its place, mailed.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cox.
Mr. Chairman, 8.6 says all that's needed to be said in the old rules. I don't know why we're going over this and having to replace it with an entire different statement. A copy of the agenda shall also be mailed to all town clerks, village clerks, and city clerks. That's all you need to say. I rest my case.
Supervisor Stafford.
The point is, with that, we want to have the ability to communicate with a variety of people beyond just sending something out in the mail as an option. We are at a point in the world where we start to really need to start looking at how we can leverage technology to communicate with each other. That's all this is about. And this is about finding ways to better communicate with each other and leveraging technology when we can. Because right now, everything is done through the mail. And by the way, pretty much every set of rules I've seen from other counties relative to this is consistent.
I was just informed by the clerk it's emailed, it's not sent.
Okay, it's not in the rules that way, so.
Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question for my townspeople, I mean, should we not make it available? Can we have them making sure it's posted? For residents, what good is it if we mail the agendas if we can't somewhat guarantee or assure them that it's going to be posted somewhere? That's my question.
Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For a lesson for our newly elected supervisors, our website, Winnebago County website, has the agenda for every committee. Anybody, if you're in California, you can see an agenda. There's no need to change the rule for the sake of changing the rule and getting us to 12 o'clock.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I see this resolution, it is to modernize the current language of the rule. It's not, again, any sort of attack of a certain angle. It's just to ensure that the way that we have been doing it is officially in the books. Thank you.
Not seeing anyone else wishing to speak. I'm going to go with the voicemail, 1404-2022. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Carried. 15.04-2022, amend section 10.2, privilege of speaking of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Stafford.
1504-2022,
Okay. We'll be going to number 16, and 15 was pulled. Amend section 13.1, suspension of rules of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Stafford.
That one's also being.
Right. Yes, he's pulling 16 also. 1704-2022, amend section 15, publication of of reports of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Stafford.
I move for the approval of resolution 1704-2022.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Not hearing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried. Okay. Okay, number 1804-2022, amend section 18.6, general duties of the county board of the rules of to the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Stafford.
I move for the approval of resolution 1804-2022.
Second. Motion made and seconded. Discussion.
No.
Ryan, I'm agreeing with you.
Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would like to amend it in line 10 after the Board of Health, and I want to add this: Affirmative Action Commission, AVCAP Board of Directors, ADRC Committee, Diversity Affairs Commission, East Central Wisconsin Planning Commission, East Central Railroad Commission, Human Services Board, Industrial Development Board, Solid Waste Management Board, and UW-Oshkosh/Fox Cities Board of Trustees.
It is.
So you need to take that out.
Someone seconds, I'll tell you
Did
why.
not hear a second, so.
No, this is yours.
Okay, now you can tell us why.
Thank you, because, and this is for the new people, every one of those boards and commissions that I just named are all boards and commissions that the county executive appoints. Most of them, but not all, are, some have citizens, some have county board supervisors, and a couple of them are board of governing boards from different organizations. So if we're going to include the Board of Health, I think we should include all those, and that's why I'm including them.
Wait, are you on this one? I'm on this one.
Right, yeah, that one we pulled.
Yes,
The author of the resolution is distracted.
I can see that, so, yep.
I'm sorry,
Yep.
Mary Ann was asking me a question.
Right, I'd like to have Supervisor Norton go ahead and tell you what he'd like to add to that.
Okay, I mean, did you hear who?
I'm sorry, no, she
No.
pulled
Okay,
me away.
well,
I apologize.
I'm sorry I have to go through this, everyone, but again, Affirmative Action Commission, AVCAP Board of Directors, ADRC Committee, Diversity Affairs Commission, East Central Wisconsin Planning Commission, East Central Railroad Commission, Human Services Board, Industrial Development Board, Solid Waste Management Board, and the UW-Oshkosh/Fox Cities Board of Trustees. And just to reiterate what I told them, Supervisor Stafford, these are all boards and commissions which the county executive appoints, and some have a citizen members, some have county board members, have a hybrid, some are governing boards, and if we're going to include the Board of Health, I think we should include all those that are similar, and those are similar. Thank you.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I haven't done the math, so I don't know the answer to this, but since I know that there are some county board members who sit on way more than 4 of these things that are mentioned, these committees and commissions, if we limit it to 4, are there enough human beings on the board to cover all the committees? I haven't done the math, but I just know that since there are so many sitting on way more than 4, you may find that once you're sitting on 4, you got committees and commissions and boards that won't have anybody sitting on them. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Powers, I have the same thoughts, and I appreciate the initiative here to limit, certainly membership on committees, because this does go to the issue of making sure everybody gets a committee assignment as much as possible. So I certainly appreciate that. However, I think there's a little bit of an error in your wording, because as Supervisor Powers has stated, we need to make sure that we can cover all of these boards, commissions, and committees. And if we limit that to only 4 and we can't be represented on those commissions or boards, we got a real issue. So before I say we really need to turn it down, I'll give you the chance to respond to that concern.
It's a absolute fair concern, and for now, I would be totally comfortable with the friendly friendly change amendment. Thank you. To remove commission or board from that. So,
So you want to limit committees?
I want to limit committees.
And only committees? It needs to be your wording, sir, not mine. I'm just...
No, just give me 1 second. I'm just writing.
Maybe instead of, we can just take away commission board, or we just say 4 standing county boards, and then doesn't that talk about committees, and then talk about every commission board I talked about?
Are you done, Mr. Stafford?
Yes.
Supervisor Eisen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move to postpone the discussion of this issue to the May business meeting, when everybody will be refreshed and be able to comprehend all of the nitty-gritty that we are accomplishing in our ad hoc committee tonight.
I don't know, I think we're almost done.
It's a motion.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to go, now you're just talking about this resolution, correct? What's that? Right.
Mr. Stratford, if I'm in, I just want to make sure my amendment was taken up my amendment.
Okay. Okay, were you done?
Yeah.
Stafford? That's what I thought.
I
But
am.
were you going to go with what he suggested?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
So would you read it back to me? I missed something with all the confusion here. So it's just the county board committees?
Is that what you decided, is just committees?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because see, now you have 2 different things, because Mike had a whole, or Supervisor Norton had a whole list of them. Now you're just going to say supervisor, or committees. So which do you want to do? Are you going to go committees, or you're going to go with what Supervisor Norton had to say? Or what Supervisor Eisen had to say?
Right. Yeah. There's several options there for sure. I'm actually going to pull this resolution. Nope, not to pull it. Sorry. I'm going to agree with Supervisor Eisen and postpone this to the May business meeting. Yeah. Yeah. So I'll make it easy. I'm going to pull this. I can pull it. It's mine, right? Right. So I'm going to pull it in light of. I know that there's something coming next week to talk about committee structure long term. I'm sorry, in 2 weeks. I am good pulling this out and having that part of that conversation.
So that one is pulled. 1904-2022, amend section 18, general duties of the county board of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors by adding section 18.19 and 18.10. Supervisor Stafford.
This is a duplicate because we had, so this one was pulled.
So that one is pulled also. We're on to 2042-2022, amend section 19.1, annual tour of the rules, the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Stafford.
I move for the approval of resolution 2004-2022.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. When you say may, does that mean that anyone may go on it, or we may have one, or?
They may go on.
Okay.
Right now it says they shall, they have to.
Okay. Most of them, or a good share of them don't anyway, so.
Right.
Okay.
I'm not saying they can't. It's
Okay.
that someone has work obligations.
Okay.
This is not.
Okay, because someone asked me on it, well, does that mean you may have an annual tour and you may not? And I said, well, it all depends how it comes out. So in other words, right. So all that it means is that we do have a county tour every day. I'm just saying this as of now. So you may go on the tour if you want, or you don't have to. It's not held against you. It never really was, so. Question has been called. Is there a second? Made and seconded for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. So we'll go back to the one here on the tour, saying that you may go on an annual inspection of the county-owned properties and facilities during the month of May. Any Supervisor Eisen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have had the privilege to serve on this county board
Yes, you did.
for 16 years.
My fault.
And until the pandemic, the county chairmen have faithfully conducted a tour of county properties, whether it's the airport or whether it's the landfill or whether it's the Parkview. They have faithfully conducted a tour and educated the county board from the rule that they shall do it. This is a rule that controls the county chairman. It tells him he shall do it, not that it's his judgment of whether to do it or not. So I ask my peers to reject this, because this has been a prime benefit in my education of county facilities. We've toured the parks, we've, it's beyond the time limit to talk. let's vote this down.
Supervisor Eisen, I do believe the intent of this is saying that a tour still can be taken. It's just that you may go on it or you don't have to. Where before it kind of was worded that you shall go on it. I think that's the whole meaning in this, if I'm correct, Supervisor Stafford. It's not saying that we won't have the tour anymore. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Carried. 2104-2022, amend Section 19, annual tour of the schools of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors by adding Section 19.3. Supervisor Stafford.
I move for the approval of Resolution 2104-2022.
Motion made and seconded. Supervisor Norton.
Thank you. Supervisor Stafford, could you explain this one a little bit to me?
This gives more direct ability for any county board supervisor to get a tour of the facility with a range appointment. Could be a variety of tours, whatnot. It's the counter to the previous rule of perhaps there's a issue that they can't do the annual tour, or if they're on a committee. This, within the rules, states that they have that opportunity to do so.
Supervisor Gabbert.
Just a quick note at the orientation that we had for the new members, and I attended that one. The directors of departments were there, and Bob Damel, for instance, offered, you give me a call and we'll make arrangements to give you a tour. So I think this is a good idea, because not everybody can go on the tour, and we don't tour everything on the tours. So you can call Parkview and make arrangements to go out there. They'll take you through, but it's got to be an appointment so they know you're coming. So this is another option for you to see our facility. So I think this is a good idea. Thanks.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I was going to say the same thing that Supervisor Gabbert said. This is when we take those tours before COVID. When we took those tours of county facilities, we didn't see everything, and maybe there's something you really want to see that's not on the scheduled tour in May. You make an appointment. You could go see a place that you want to see. That's the meaning of this. Isn't that correct, Supervisor Stafford? Is that what you had in mind?
Yes.
Okay.
Motion made and seconded to go ahead and approve this. So all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. (2204-2022) amend Section 20 per diem mileage expenses of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors by adding Section 20.9 and 20.10. Supervisor Stafford. So the next one we're on will be on 24/04/2022. Amend Section 22.1 Committee Meetings of the Rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Stafford.
I move for the approval of Resolution 24/2022.
Motion made and seconded. Don't see any discussion. All those in favor signify by saying, well, your light isn't on.
Request to speak and it won't show up. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anytime we get together, they're posted as a county board meeting. Is that correct? If there's enough members? And here's where I'm going with this. When we have a holiday party, that gets posted as a labeled meeting because we're at the county board. Okay, and we don't have our holiday parties on county property. We go to a restaurant or a bar or wherever. So that would preclude the holiday party. Otherwise, we got to hold it on county property. Is that correct? No?
If possible, it says there.
Well, do we want our holiday party accessible to the public? I don't.
You see that? See that Supervisor Powers, where it says if possible? Okay. Okay, I don't see anything else of anyone, so all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. 2504-2022, amend Section 22, Committee Meetings of the Rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors by adding a new Section 22.2 and changing section numbers thereafter, formerly 22.2, 22.3, and 22.4, to correctly correspond with the new numbering. Okay. And the following one. We're getting there then. 20. So we're on 28. He pulled them. No, they said 27. I said 20. That's pulled. So 28.04/2022, amend Section 25, Special Meetings of the County Board to the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Stafford.
I'm also pulling 28.4/2022 based on upcoming resolution.
Number 20, that one was pulled. 29, add 04/2022, add Section 26, Rule of the County Board Supervisors, or Rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Stafford.
I'm also going to pull 29.04/2022 as we talked about that different resolution.
Last one, and that's going to be me. I move to adopt the resolution of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors to the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Be it resolved by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors that it hereby adopts the rules of the Winnebago County Supervisors subject to the following amendment. Rule 3.8, the rules of the board shall be amended during the 2-year period only by a 2/3 vote of those present at a meeting, except the annual meeting, at which a time majority of these present shall rule. This rule may be waived by the county board chair as a result of a local, state, national declared emergency. All Winnebago County Board Supervisor rules changes affecting committee structures shall be postponed to a later date, and the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors shall adhere to the usual organizational majority voting requirement at said meetings. Any discussion? Any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. I believe I'm open for adjournment. I better look at my thing, ain't I? Motion. David, you want to do the adjournment?
What is it, the 22nd?
26.
26th? Till April 26th.
26. Motion's been made and seconded to go ahead and adjourn till the 26th. Don't forget your packets are on your desk, so be sure and take them with you. Your packets are on your desk for next week. Don't forget to turn in your committee sheets because on Friday morning we'll be meeting on that. So, all those in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Thank you all very much. We got through a lot tonight, and I can't promise it'll never be this long again.